Hey guys, what's up? My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. This is a really quick, impromptu, thrown together live stream since the charging conference in the Karen Reed retrial ended. I thought we would do some more Phil Spector since we have the time. Maybe we can get done. Yay, Wiggles won! First in chat. So we're going to do some more Phil Spector and get done with Werner Spitz because this dude, he's driving me crazy. Just once could an expert be humble. Just once. Just once. This guy just thinks he knows everything there is to know. Flash, yay. Where did Judy go? Judy was probably checking out another channel. And she's going to come back and we're going to be gone. And she's going to go, uh-oh, what happened? What did I miss? Okay. I found it. Talking about washing gunpowder residue off. An 81-year-old person that represented themselves in 2007. Did they win? No. You didn't tell me that. Thank you for my gift. I can't wait to see it.
Isn't it a fact, Dr. Spitz, that the literature that you talk about, the literature from the FBI, the literature from the Sheriff's Crime Lab, the the public and the community at large, the forensic community at large, all agree that dealing with GSR on the hands, normal activity. Me walking around back and forth, maybe putting a hand in my pocket, grabbing my keys, getting a cell phone, driving a car. Normal activity for the period of 1 hour will remove 90% of all GSR on a person's hand. You also agree that taking the hands off can remove GSR.
You are talking about removing it completely.
I'm just asking, can it remove GSR, Doctor?
Well, it can probably remove some GSR.
Of course it can. And of course, if you add to that, wetting the hands and wiping them would remove even more GSR, wouldn't it?
You know, we are splitting hairs.
I'm not splitting anything. I'm asking you a question, Doctor. Would wetting the hands and wiping them off remove even more GSR?
I don't know that I can answer that.
Okay.
Yes, theoretically, yes, it could.
Thank you. And you talked about, Mr. Plord asked you a couple of questions about the tissue on Ms. Clarkson's jacket. And just so we're clear about this, the tissue that you're talking about, there was a sample that the defense forensic folks took from the right shoulder and the left shoulder. And then the left buttons were analyzed, and that's where the tissue is that you're talking about, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Not on her slip dress, on the slip dress that she was wearing.
No, I'm talking about the shoulders and the left buttons.
Shoulders of the jacket.
Shoulders of the jacket and the buttons of the shirt.
Of the
left sleeve.
Of the left sleeve of?
Of Lana Clarkson.
What garment?
The outer garment.
The jacket?
The buttons, these buttons.
On the jacket?
Yes.
Thank you. And one of the last things that you talked to Mr. Plord about just before he sat down, you were asked about the state of mind of Lana Clarkson, and Mr. Plord went into some detail with you about her state of mind and considering her state of mind when kind of putting together this puzzle that you put into the box that you call that you put into your head, that you call a box, and shaking it around. Remember that analogy?
Yes.
All right. Taking the totality of the circumstances into account, you would certainly need to take into account Mr. Spector's state of mind as well, to a certain degree. Yes?
Yes, I do. At the time of on that day, on the 3rd of February 2003.
And of course, you're not saying that anything that happened before February 3rd, 2003 is irrelevant with regard to Mr. Spector, are you?
No, all I'm saying is that I feel that what occurred 10 or 20 years earlier or 15 years earlier has little to do, if anything, with what happened on that day in 2003 in the presence of the scientific findings, which require no other interpretation except they themselves.
Doctor, you have to consider, as a forensic pathologist, you do this all the time. You take into consideration the facts and circumstances that are presented before you as they unfold in front of you for a particular case, correct?
Yes.
Those facts and circumstances, especially if it involves two individuals, one of whom ends up dead and can't talk to you about anything, and the other of whom ends up alive, you have to consider both all, correct?
Yes, and I did.
Okay, and that includes the history of both, correct?
Excuse me a minute. And as I said, and I did. And the dead person talks to me through the evidence.
And the live person...
Through the scientific evidence. That's how she talks to me.
And the live person can talk to you through his history just as much as hers, correct?
You may approach. Last question, gentleman stricken. You're to another question.
I'll rephrase. Dr. Spitz, you said that you looked at Lana, and Mr. Plord asked you several questions about Lana Clarkson's background or her state of mind, correct?
Yes.
did you consider the state of mind of the defendant as well? Or do you think that would have been important to consider as well?
Yes, I did consider it.
Okay. Did you consider, or were you aware of the defendant's statement to a person by the name, or statements to a person by the name of Vince Tenazzo when you drew your conclusions in this case, wherein the defendant stated,
All right, add the time frame in, because he's indicated that he considers that.
in sometime in the mid-90s, wherein in front of Vince Tenazzo, the defendant said, and you'll pardon my indelicacy, women are fucking cunts and they all deserve a bullet in their head. Were you aware of that statement?
I've heard that being said.
Did you consider that in coming to your opinions and conclusions in this particular case?
Let me put it this way, if I may. I took notice of it, but I found very little, if any, relevance to the events 10 years later.
Dr. Spitz, one final question. Lana Clarkson died.
No, this is, and he's just as full of himself as Dr. Henry Lee is.
Redirect.
More even.
Briefly here. Mr. Jackson talked to you about gunshot residue and basically the research that is involved in that. And you, your familiarity with gunshot residue, is it as it relates to your work as a pathologist?
Yes.
Okay, and so are you aware of FBI guidelines and research regarding gunshot residue that basically says that up to 3 particles of gunshot, specific particles of gunshot residue is really a negative? In other words, because of its ability to be contaminated, that you count that as nothing.
That's correct.
Okay, and you're aware of the reason for that is because it can be 1 or 2 particles can easily
Be contamination.
Okay. And were you also aware that on the pants of Mr. Spector that he was wearing, the ones that had some blood in the pocket, the left pocket, that they looked for smokeless powder particles on those pants and came up with no
evidence.
Okay. And was the same true of the shirt?
Yes.
With reference to this sane examination, did they find, or do you know if they took any samples from his hair to determine whether there were smokeless particles in his hair?
I'm not aware that they took samples from his hair, but there's no blood described in his hair.
Okay. Were you aware that the sane nurse took an alternative light source to look for blood and other materials on his hair and on his body and came up with no findings?
As far as I know, that was done and it came up negative.
Okay. Are you also aware that on Ms. Clarkson's shoe is a fingerprint, a latent fingerprint on the bottom of her shoe where she would typically walk that does not belong to her and does not belong to Mr. Spector?
Yes, I don't know who that belongs to. I'm aware that there is a fingerprint.
That's never been explained, has it?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about seeing what might possibly be blood under a microscope and some findings allegedly by Dr. Lynn Harold, who has a PhD. And I want to ask you some follow-up questions on that, Dr. Spitz. In your work as a forensic pathologist, can you tell the jury what experience you have in looking under a microscope at tissue, blood, things of that nature? If you can just give us a general background as to how that plays into your work as a pathologist.
Well, I take tissue from each and every autopsy that I do. And the autopsy, I have a vial, a bottle, a jar, I should say, full of different samples from each and every organ of the body as it is relevant to the whatever abnormalities I found. And then I take smaller samples from other organs just to be sure that I have a look at the entire body in the microscope. And so at the end of the autopsy, when I've done the naked eye examination, I do the microscopy, and only then is the case finalized. So I do microscopy on almost every case.
How long have you been doing that?
54 years.
Okay, and you learned about that in medical school, I take it? You learned how to do that in medical school?
Well, I learned that more during residency.
Okay, and have you seen blood under the microscope before?
Many times.
Can you, when you look at tissue and try to identify blood, what magnification do you need to have to do that?
Well, you need to, a red blood cell, 5 micron. A micron is, I think it's a thousandth of a millimeter. I think it is. It's tiny. I mean, I don't know it's the smallest thing in a red cell. If you look at tissue, that's about the smallest type of cell, the single cell.
Okay, when you look under a...
You don't see it with the naked eye, so you need to have a microscope to see it. I would say that you need a magnification of at least 100 times to make out details regarding a red blood cell.
Okay. Now, Dr. Spitz, I want to finish up and to ask you, as far as your background, your experience, and you've done actual research in your career in addition to your other experience that you've talked about in the field of forensic pathology. Is that true?
Yes.
And some of your research you've published. Is
Yes.
that true? For example, you did research for a number of years as a forensic pathologist regarding sudden infant death. Is that true?
Yes.
You did research because you were given a grant by the National Institute of Health.
Yes,
And
that's correct.
to study that. Is that true?
Yes.
And part of that research showed that basically infants, if they are put on their back, they don't die as often from sudden infant death. Is that
That's
correct?
This is irrelevant.
It appears to be, by the detail you're going into it, I don't understand it.
I was going to ask a follow-up question, but
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection. If you want to ask another question, I'll listen to it and see what happens.
based upon, we won't go into the details of the research that you've done, but based upon the research that you've done for the National Institute of Health as well as others that you've published, that's part of your expertise and experience that you bring to all your cases that you look at. Is that true?
I think that's true, yes.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Thank you. Recross.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Subject to recall, you're excused. You may step
Thank
down.
you, Your Honor.
All right.
Lord.
Yes, we have another 20 minutes or so to go. If they're 10 minutes each, we'll be fine. They pretty much do whatever they want anyway.
Officer Enrique Juarez. If it would quit buffering.
Please state your first and last name for the record.
Enrique Juarez, Enrique, last of Juarez, Juarez.
Thank you. Would you pull that microphone right underneath your chin so we can hear you a little better? Thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. Ward, currently employed with the City of Alhambra as a police officer.
And in February, specifically February 3rd of the year 2003, how were you employed?
I was the officer in charge for the day shift.
Early that morning, did you have occasion to go to the jail portion of the Alhambra Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember what
Yeah, I like Judge Fiddler a lot. I would have to say, he's right up there with Judge Darrow. He's a good judge.
I would have to say somewhere in the morning part of the day before noon.
Okay. And while you were in the jail portion of the building, did you come in contact with Mr. Spector?
Yes, I did.
And was Mr. Spector being booked by an officer named Gilliam when you arrived?
Yes, he was.
And did you have occasion to ask Mr. Spector some questions as part of the process of the booking?
I believe so, yes.
And during the course of things, did Mr. Spector ask you to produce his white jacket?
Yes, he did.
And what did you tell Mr. Spector?
I told Mr. Spector that I did not have the white jacket.
Yeah, I like Judge
The
Crane
jacket was
too.
not transported with him when he was brought to his facility.
Okay. And did Mr. Spector insist to you that the police officers or Alhambra Police Department did in fact have his jacket at that time?
I don't recall whether or not he stated that.
Okay. Do you remember Mr. Spector insisting that you had his jacket and that he needed his jacket?
I recall that he insisted that we give him his jacket. I then explained to Mr. Spector again that he was transported without the jacket at that time.
Okay. Did Mr. Spector tell you why he wanted you to produce the white jacket to him?
If I recall, he said that there were some numbers in his jacket that he wanted.
Okay. And throughout this portion of the conversation you had with Mr. Spector, did it appear that he was making any attempt whatsoever to conceal the existence of the white jacket from you?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
The fact that he was asking for the white jacket, did that suggest to you he was?
Same objection.
We haven't heard the full question.
Well, what it suggested to him is irrelevant.
He did repeatedly ask you to produce the white jacket to him. Is that correct?
I believe on 2 occasions, yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you for this examination.
Thank you, Your Honor, just a moment. If I could.
Yes.
Good afternoon, officer. Your rank in the police department is what?
Corporal.
Okay. And because of that, on February 3rd of 2003, you were in charge of the day shift, is that correct?
That is correct.
How many officers were working for you that day?
I would object. It's both irrelevant and the officer.
I don't understand what the relevance is as to how many people.
He
work on.
asked who was in charge of the day shift.
But the sole purpose of the examination was, as I understand it, and
I'll withdraw the question and ask a different way. So you met Mr. Spector at the jail, is that correct?
That is correct.
And is that the first time you'd seen him that day?
No, it was not.
Where did you see him before?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That's irrelevant. It's beyond the scope of my.
why don't we approach so I have some idea of where we're going?
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you. When you were at the jail with the defendant, Mr. Spector, there was another employee there also?
Yes.
And that was who?
That would have been Officer Gilliam and the jailer.
Now, you told Mr. Brunon that at least twice in the jail, Mr. Spector asked for his jacket. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how far away from him were you when he made these requests, an arm length or so?
Approximately 3 feet, 4 feet.
Okay. And you had no problem understanding.
No, not at all.
Did you believe at that time, because of anything that you either saw or smelled or observed about the defendant, that he was under the influence of alcohol or ingested some alcohol?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see that led you to that opinion?
I noticed that the defendant had a distinct odor of an alcoholic beverage emitting from him, plus his eyes were bloodshot and watery.
Slurred speech,
Yes, he did.
watery eyes, bloodshot eyes, odor of alcohol. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, at that point, how long had you been a police officer?
Approximately 12 years.
I bet during that 12 years, you made lots of arrests for people under the influence while driving. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And some of the things that you used to make just told us about, correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. Did you ever hear of Dr. Middleburg?
No, I have not.
This guy says, well, anyway, he was here, he said you can't really smell alcohol, but you've never heard of
I'm
him.
going to object to that.
Sustain, okay, sustain.
Did you see the defendant, Phil Spector, within a half an hour or so before you saw him at the jail?
I'm sorry.
Let me withdraw that. Did you see Mr. Spector earlier that morning somewhere?
Yes, I did.
And how much earlier in the day did you see him at this other location?
Again, that was approximately several hours after.
And when you saw him earlier, where was that?
I had seen him at the residence at 1700 Grandview.
In fact, you'd gone out there at some point
That is correct.
because you were in charge of the day shift.
That is correct.
And when you got there, Mr. Spector was already detained. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And at that time, did you have an opportunity to see him and observe him?
Briefly, yes.
And did you, at that point, have come to the same conclusion that you thought he was under the influence?
Yes, I did.
For the same reasons?
The slur speech, I can't recall because he was escorted out.
But other than that, other than the walking, when you saw him earlier at Grandview, 1700 Grandview, he had an odor of an alcoholic beverage about him, correct?
Yes,
And bloodshot, watery eyes, correct? Did you hear him speak?
I heard him speak. I could only characterize it as mumbling at the time.
Did it sound slurred, or did that make any difference to you?
I can't recall. I could only characterize it as mumbling.
So then when you saw him later on to jail, what did you say, a couple hours later? Is that right?
That is correct.
He still appeared to be under the influence,
That is correct.
and he was slurring his words.
Yes,
Still had that odor about him. Is that right?
that is correct, yes.
And yet, notwithstanding that, you had no problem understanding his request to get the white jacket. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Any doubt in your mind that's what he was asking for?
No, he was asking for the white coat and phone numbers.
You said he asked twice. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did you have to ask him after he said something to you to repeat it because you didn't understand it?
No, I made it clear to him the first time when he asked for the white coat that the white coat was not brought with him when he was being booked. Shortly thereafter, again, he requested for the white coat, and I again explained to him that the white coat was not brought in with him.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Corporal Juarez, when you first saw Mr. Spector, he was on the floor of his residence handcuffed. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you found out that he had been tasered shortly before that. Is that right?
It was my understanding, yes, that he was tasered.
And you heard what you have characterized to Mr. Dixon, Mr. Spector was mumbling.
That is correct, yes.
And were you able to make out any of the words he was saying?
No, I could not.
Were you able to determine if he was trying to make?
That's also the conclusion.
Oh,
That's what he was trying to do. If he heard words, that's fine. He can repeat the words that he heard.
did you hear any words that Mr. Spector was saying to the officers?
No, I could not. It was unintelligible to me at the time.
Did you hear if he was trying to explain what had happened?
Objection, hearsay.
The objection is sustained.
In any event, you didn't make an effort to speak with him at that time, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
He was transported back to the station by other officers, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And do you know if the white jacket had been recovered by that point in time?
I do not recall now.
You know that the white jacket was recovered sometime in the early hours of the investigation, however.
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. You know it was recovered at all?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. Well, trust me, it was recovered. In any event, when you get back to this, you went about your business as Mr. Spector was over at Alhambra PD, is that right?
That is correct.
And then later in the morning, you went to see where he was in the booking process?
Correct.
And at that point, you noted that, well, before I get to that point, while you're at the location, you didn't perform any type of examination to attempt to determine the nature or extent of any intoxication, did you?
No, I did not.
And you have tests you use like nystagmus tests that will give you some indication of the degree of impairment, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And there's balancing tests where you stand on one foot and lean back and count and so forth.
Correct.
You didn't do any of that, did you?
No, I did not.
You noted alcohol on his breath or on his person, and as he lay on the floor, you couldn't make out what he was saying, correct?
That is correct.
When you get back to the station, you could still smell alcohol, is that right?
That is correct.
Did you give him any type of physical agility test, sobriety test at that point?
No, I did not.
And when he was asking for his jacket, ultimately you found out he was asking for the list of numbers that was in the jacket, is that right?
That is correct.
And as he was asking you those questions, you could make out clearly what he was saying, right?
Yes, I could.
So in terms of ascribing a degree of impairment, are you able to do that?
Only based on my observations and the objective symptoms.
So you could say he'd been drinking, is that right?
That is correct.
And in the absence of nystagmus, balance, coordination, the degree of impairment would be speculation, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have anything.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
No, thank you.
All right, subject to,
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
yes.
Corporal Juarez, were you present at about 6:20 that morning when the EMTs from Alhambra Police Department had come and examined Mr. Spector at the scene?
Yes, I was.
And did they communicate to you that, in their opinion, he did not?
Let me hear the question. I don't know what the reason for it might be, whether there might be an exception. I need to hear the question.
That he did not appear to be impaired by alcohol?
I'm sorry, the defendant appeared to be?
No. Did the EMTs, after they had done their examination of him, they give you permission to transport and book, right?
Correct.
And did they tell you that, either of them tell you that, in their opinion, he was not impaired by alcohol?
I'm going to allow it as to it might change his opinion or impeach it in some way. I don't know whether anything was actually said, but I'll allow the question.
I don't recall them ever communicating that to me. No.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Cross?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, subject to recall, you're excused. You may step down. How long will that witness be, do you think? The jurors, at least one of the jurors to break at 3. Pick this up as an all-day requirement not to be here, so we're not going to resume again until Tuesday at 9.
Sorry, guys. I said share screen. Do it.
Noticed that on a couple of occasions she wouldn't look at him. Most recently, I think it was either yesterday or the day before, there was an exhibit placed on the screen of the tongue of Miss Clarkson, which of course is not a pleasant photo to look at. We all would agree to that. Dr. Payne conducted his autopsy. Both Ms. Kinney-Bodden and myself noticed that she would not look at that exhibit. That's, I think, one of the series of 2 or 3, maybe even 4 times when she hasn't looked at some of the other photos. And in this particular instance, after the photo was taken down from the screen, she removed her glasses and wiped her eyes, and she was somewhat tearful. I'm asking this court to conduct an inquiry, and I would ask that it be done anonymously, not either from the prosecution side or the defense side, because we are concerned. One of the jurors' obligations, all jurors' obligations are, and we know this when they take that oath and raise their right hand or sworn, is that they will look at and consider all of the evidence in the case. And she's not looking and considering all the evidence. And I recognize it is emotionally a difficult thing to do. It's difficult for me to do. I've been in this business 37 years and been involved in hundreds of cases which are there's evidence that isn't pleasant to look at. But this jury was particularly, I think, told, I believe by the court, I may be mistaken, it was either the court or it was one of the 2 sets of attorneys in the case, that there were going to be times when the evidence would be unpleasant to look at, but it would be part of the requirements to serve as a juror to look and consider this evidence, and all agree that they would do that. And she hasn't been doing that. And I'm not saying that the grounds exist to challenge this jury anyway, but I'm saying I think that certainly the foundation is there for at least to make a private inquiry. It doesn't have to be done in open court. It can be done in chambers privately with a reporter, so we can see whether or not she is of a state of mind where this has bothered her so much. Maybe it's more than she anticipated, and therefore she just cannot consider that kind of evidence. If not, it's not only is it unfair to Mr. Spector, it's also unfair to the government. So we're asking that the court conduct this inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
Just briefly, Your Honor, that is not the first time that a picture like that involving that part of Ms. Clarkson's anatomy has been put up. I don't know that any of us know whether she's looked at it or how long she's looked at this picture or similar pictures. The same point was made by, I think, at least Dr. Spitz and maybe Dr. DeMille walking around with the mock-up of the tongue to make the same point. I don't think the court should inquire of any of the jurors how long they've looked at any specific exhibit or not, and whatever reaction they have to it, I think is totally understandable in this situation. We would ask the court not to conduct such an inquiry.
Thank you. The facts stated fall far short of any necessity to conduct an inquiry. Jurors are not required to be totally unemotional. There is no such requirement. Had the reaction, and I didn't see it, but I'll accept your description of it, is not to the degree where I have to ask whether she can still be fair. There's no way. Plus which, every time these photographs were shown, I believe it was Mr. Plord, I could be wrong, prefaced it by saying, this is really going to be gruesome, I'm sorry. The fact that a juror would not want to look at that particular photograph or do no more than glance at it is to be expected when there's a preface given such as that. The description is still being given verbally. There's no showing that the juror is not following her obligation. So you're showing to me falls far short of the court making any inquiry. If I see something later on during the trial, either with this juror or any other juror where I think they may have lost their objectivity, then I'll become involved. At this point, based upon that, I could be questioning jurors on a constant basis, and that is inappropriate. I don't see any reason to question this juror, so the request is denied. Are there other matters that we need to raise? Mr. Covers? Oh, there's something you want to do? Okay, is there anything else?
This one other matter.
Yes, go ahead.
This is just a continuation discussion yesterday. We've basically worked it out. However, we're getting a 40 gig hard drive today. It turns out, and I think there's no fault of anybody, that what Mr. Campbell had when we got the CD-ROM disk, the DVD, it wasn't the whole hard drive because it didn't transfer over, so we're getting it. My only problem is that, I had the computer people scheduled for Tuesday. I may have to move them for a week because I'm not sure we can get through 40 gigabytes over the weekend, looking at this 5,000 emails and a lot of other stuff. So I'm just making the court aware in case we need some more time along the line.
Okay,
That's all.
thank you. Anything else that we need to do on the record?
No, sir.
All right.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Scott, S-C-O-T-T, Taylor, T-A-Y-L-O-R.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. Taylor, how are you employed, sir?
I'm a forensic scientist. I own a laboratory in Ventura, California, known as Technical Associates Incorporated.
What type of laboratory work does this business?
DNA field of forensic science.
About your background and experience in this particular field of sciences, particularly DNA analysis. When did you first be testing?
First use analysis was in the mid-'80s, around 1985, 80 in the UK, and I was very interested in that area because I had done research in identifying DNA in certain microorganisms and thought this was a good direction. So I started taking courses in the area, and I actually started in 1989.
Okay, and what educational background do you have that qualifies you to be involved in microbiology and doing DNA testing?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in the field of zoology. This is a specialty within the biological sciences, so it's like a degree in biology with additional coursework in animal systems. I've also completed the coursework toward a Master of Science in Cellular Biology. I did not complete a thesis, so I didn't get a degree, a master's degree. I have a bachelor's degree. Following my formal education, I went to work for the LA County Coroner's Office. I was a forensic scientist there doing research to develop new techniques to assist the medical examiners in determining cause and mode of death. During that period, I had introductions to very specifically special procedures we worked on, but also the area of serology. Back at that point, there wasn't DNA analysis. But what we would look at is we would look at proteins that were produced by the DNA, look for markers. We're most familiar with the ABO system. Subsequent to my time at the coroner's office in we call them individuals, and we could use them to identify individuals. With the first use of DNA analysis in forensic science, I started taking a series of classes. These involve classes specifically in molecular biology, in statistics, in areas that would apply to how we utilize this science, and then specific classes that were aimed at the use of technology in forensics. These were classes put on by the companies that had developed these different systems, and they involved the initial what we call RFLP testing. That was the first DNA fingerprinting I was often referred to, and later the processes known as PCR, the polymerase chain reaction, this process that Carrie Mullis would know in vain, and it's currently used. I took classes that dealt with the early systems, and then as new systems came online, I started utilizing those. As I said, in the late 80s, I started using these procedures in my laboratory, and then in about 1990, I was one of the first labs to go online using these procedures, the PCR-based procedures in criminal casework. As additional test procedures became available, I took additional classes, and we would add those to the test procedures that we utilize in my lab.
Currently, what type of DNA testing does your laboratory do to analyze biological material?
The primary thing, we have a series of techniques that were used to actually get DNA out of the samples. We call this extraction process. We now use various techniques for quantifying, determining how much DNA is in a sample. And then the primary typing procedures we're utilizing are the PCR-based procedures that address what we call short tandem repeats. And these are short tandem repeats that are in the autosomal chromosomes in your body. In other words, chromosomes that men and women have that are different. These are areas that are different between different individuals. And also STRs that are on only the Y chromosome. So in certain circumstances, we can look at a mixture where we wouldn't be able to detect a male, and we can actually see that there's a male in that mixture by looking at these markers that are only found on the Y chromosome.
Okay. Are the STR PCR type testing procedures that your laboratory utilized, are they utilized by other labs in the United States?
And actually around the world, this is the most common testing that's currently being used. It is reliable and has been shown to be very, very specific. We have a very good ability to identify an individual based on this testing.
Okay, so would it be accurate that this type of testing is in small amounts of biological material?
Very amount stuff. With blood stains, for example, if it's a fresh blood stain, you can test a dot of blood that you barely can see. So,
okay, and when is it capable of looking at a biological stain or material and sort out whether it comes from one person versus two people?
certainly.
Okay. Does the you mentioned that you go through an extraction process. Can you briefly explain what that means in layman's terms?
Certainly. The DNA that we're looking at is found in the nucleus of the cell. Our DNA from sperm and egg, when it gets together, sperm has half your DNA, egg has half your DNA. You get two copies. So whenever we're talking about typing results, we're always going to be looking at two types. One you got from your mother and one you got from your father. And that's how it's utilized for doing paternity testing, for example. When that sperm and egg get together, they form that initial cell. The first thing that cell does is to replicate the DNA, and then it divides into two cells, 8, 16, until you end up with an individual made up of trillions of cells, each with an exact copy, or very closely to an exact copy of the DNA you got from your mother and your father. As a consequence, we can take any part of your body that contains cells, and we can extract the DNA from those and do testing on it. The extraction process is one in which we actually take those cells and we put chemicals into it that cause the cells to burst open. They burst open, releasing the DNA, and actually we have enzymes in there that go through and chew up proteins that tie up the DNA and keep it sort of neat and tidy inside the cell, and they release that into a solution. We then go through a series of procedures in which we separate the cell, the proteins, membranes, etc., and purify that DNA, and then we can concentrate it. And that entire this process is known as the extraction process. We digest the cells and then separate them out.
Cells and kind of put it aside. What happens to the DNA after that particular extraction process?
At the point that we've completed the extraction process, we have a small tube. Oh, the tubes are like 1.25 inches tall and maybe 1/2 inch in diameter, and a little drop of clear liquid in the bottom of it. And it's a special buffer that protects the DNA. But we don't know how much DNA is in there. It looks like a clear drop of water. You can't tell. So we take a small portion of that. We'll take about 1/30th of that drop, and we do a procedure known as real-time PCR. And this is a procedure where we have markers that'll go in and amplify, using the PCR process, amplify the DNA, if any, that's in there. And what we get is we monitor this amplification process. And it will get to a point of going to what we call an exponential phase, where it's very, very rapidly amplifying, and we can detect that. And that is proportional to how much DNA is in there in the first place. So we can use this, compare it to a set of standards, and determine how much DNA is in this little drop of buffer we have. So we make a determination based on the real-time PCR of the quantity of DNA. That then tells us how much we need to do the typing, the amplification for the typing test. We want to know how much DNA is in this little drop of liquid, and based on that amount, we can add the ideal amount of that liquid containing the ideal amount of DNA to what we call a reaction mix that will amplify certain regions in the DNA that we know are different between individuals in the population. The differences are these differences known as short tandem repeats. Short tandem repeats are areas in the DNA where, if we look at the DNA you got from your mother and you got from your father, they're likely to be two different length pieces. These areas have a repeating pattern of the bases that are basically the alphabet of DNA. And this repeating pattern can repeat 2 times, 5 times, 15 times, 20 times, depending on the DNA molecule you're looking at. And we can measure those differences. And what we do is the number of repeats that we have, and these are 4-letter repeats. And so you would have, for example, AATC, AATC, AATC. The A, the T, and the C are all the letters of some of the letters in DNA. When this is repeated, the more repeats, the longer that piece of DNA. We can measure that length and then determine how many of those repeats are in it. And then we assign a number to it. So if there are 10 repeats, that becomes a 10 allele. So if we look at somebody's DNA and we see they've got 10 and 15, that individual would be a 10, 15. That would be their genotype at that particular location. When we're doing this amplification process, we don't do it at just one location in the DNA. We'll do it at many, many locations, and we can then test these results, because when we amplify the DNA, we attach little fluorescent dye molecules to the amplified DNA. As we run this through an instrument, we can see that fluorescent dye, we can determine the size, and we can get what we call a profile. And this profile will tell us, at this location in the DNA, we see these 2 alleles, or more alleles even if there's a mixture. But we see these 2 alleles. At another location, we see these. When we put all of these different typing results together, that'll give us a profile for that individual. And we can compare that then to found at a crime scene, something such as that, and determine what is who is a possible source of the evidence we found at that crime scene.
Okay, so you take the unknown biological material and you compare it to a reference sample or a known sample to see if it is consistent or not consistent, correct?
That's correct. We get a profile from the evidence sample. That gets recorded. We then test the reference sample and compare it to that, and then can compare them and see whether that individual could be the source.
Okay. And when you get one that is the same, how do you give meaning to the likelihood as to whether or not that's common within the population or not? What do you do there?
If the profiles are different, that individual could not be the source of that profile. If the profiles are the same, the profile from our reference and the profile from our evidence sample, we cannot exclude individuals being the source. So what is the meaning of that? We look at the statistics of how rare each of these combinations of alleles are at each of the locations we're looking at. That gives us a statistical representation of how rare the entire profile is, because these are all inherited independently of one another. So when we do that, we get a statistical number that this entire profile will occur at one time in some number. Typically, depending on which markers we're looking at, we'll be talking about with STR markers of 1 in billions, 1 in quadrillions, or lower numbers than that. It's a fraction, 1 over these gigantic numbers. And so these are very, very rare profiles, and they give us the ability then to, with a great deal of assurity, say that this individual is the source of the DNA we're looking at.
Okay. So when you have two people's DNA in a biological sample from evidence, how do you determine whether there's two people's DNA versus one person's DNA in a sample?
What we look at is we look at how many alleles do we see at any location. If I've got one individual's DNA, I will either see one allele at a location, in other words, they got the same allele from mom and dad, or I'll see two alleles at a location, a genetic locus we call it. If I see a third allele at that location, I've got, again, DNA from at least two people. They can each have two different alleles. If I that can come up that can give us hints about that, because if I've got two alleles from one person, we ought to have about the same amount of DNA from each of those, because every cell has two copies of this. So when we open that cell, our peak heights, in other words, when we detect this, our quantities of DNA from each of these should be about the same. So if I see that I've got one peak that's got a very large quantity and one peak that's got a very small quantity, I again, at one location in the DNA, have an indication I may have a mixture. So this combination of looking at the peak heights, do they look like we have the same quantity of DNA, and even better than that, looking at the number of alleles we see at a location, tells us how many individuals are possibly contributors to the sample. So we can get a firm indication if we've got more than one individual. The limitation is we may not be able to tell you how many individuals are contributing to it.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, with reference to DNA, is it possible, let's say I'm holding my pen, I've been using this pen this morning, is it possible to take this pen and swab it and collect DNA off of it simply by touching this object?
Certainly, we may collect DNA you left on it this morning or yesterday or some other time. So.
And if somebody else, let's say Mr. Rosen was using this pen yesterday, might we get a mixture of my DNA and his DNA?
Certainly, that's very possible.
Let me ask you this question. If, and this is sort of just by way of example or hypothetical, let's say that two people drink from the same glass. Could we get a mixture of both those persons' DNA from that glass?
Certainly.
Okay. What type of, how much DNA is in a person's saliva compared to other, let's say on their hands or other parts of their body?
Body fluids such as saliva are from an area in your body that has what we call a mucous membrane in it. The inside lining of your cheeks are what we call a mucous membrane. These are areas where cellular material is being produced down lower in the tissue. It migrates to the surface and then sloughs off. So whenever we collect saliva, we find a lot of cells in it. And cells mean there's a lot of DNA in it. So saliva is a very, very good source of DNA. Matter of fact, it's the preferred reference sample that we use these days for when we want a reference sample from an individual. We'll go ahead and take a saliva swab from the inside of their mouth. These are areas that are one of the strongest, most concentrated sources of DNA that we have and stuff in a fluid. For example, saliva's got more DNA in it than blood and stuff in general.
Okay.
When we're taking a look at these type of tissues, these are also, you mentioned handling the pen, it's those kind of that sort of cellular material that gets onto our hands that then if I pick up a pen or a pencil, I leave some of that material. And it's because we touch ourselves. I rub my eyes, I rub my mouth, I pick up cellular material on my fingers. Then if I pick up a pen, I transfer that material onto the pen.
Okay, so somebody could sneeze and that might and DNA might end up going with the sneeze and landing on an object or an item?
That's certainly also possible.
Yeah, Mr. Taylor, with reference to saliva, setting aside DNA analysis, is there a way to tell whether or not a biological substance may be saliva by looking at constituents in that particular sample?
It's possible. There are, within saliva, we have these nucleated epithelial cells. These are the cells that line the inside of the mouth. In addition to that, we have protein components and stuff. And many of you may remember, usually it's in junior high school biology and stuff, you'll take a potato and you'll touch it to your tongue and it tastes sweet. That's because there's a protein, an enzyme in there that changes the starch of the potato to sugar. It's called amylase. We test for that amylase protein. So looking at the cellular material we have, seeing nucleated epithelial cells, detecting a high level of amylase, we find high levels of amylase in saliva, we can get an indication that this is saliva that we're dealing with, and that may be the source of the cellular material. We can't say for sure that this DNA only came from saliva, but we can say, okay, we have the indication that saliva is present. We know that's a strong source of DNA.
Okay, so the cells within the mouth are a rich source of DNA, essentially. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Taylor, let me ask you this other somewhat hypothetical question. Let's take that same glass that we talked about before, and instead of two people drinking from the same glass, just assume that those two people, boy and girl, were kissing, and then one of them drank from the glass. Could you get DNA from the person who didn't drink from the glass on that glass under that hypothetical?
Certainly. We, in certain incidences where there are, for example, where they want to sample a person's mouth because of kissing, we will find both individuals. If one individual has kissed another, we can often find both individuals in the area on the lips and around the mouth. And so if that individual then takes a drink out of the glass, that combination can be transferred onto the glass.
You meaning the person who drank from the glass would leave that person's DNA on it along with the person may have kissed. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's possible.
I want to now move, Mr. Taylor, to the more specifics of this particular case as far as testing that your laboratory did. Did your laboratory receive a sample to test that originated from the Los Angeles Sheriff's Crime Laboratory?
That's correct. The LA Sheriff's Crime Laboratory prepared a split of a sample that they that then was picked up by an investigator and transferred to my laboratory.
Okay. When you say a split of a sample, can you explain to the jury what that means?
Certainly. When we collect evidence at a crime scene, for example, in this case, a blood droplet, that blood droplet will be collected in total and stuff. The entire droplet is collected. If there is testing that's going to be run, the typical thing is to split that in half unless there's such a small quantity that only one test can be done. This allows the possibility for somebody else to check your result. This is an important part of in DNA analysis and in criminalistics or forensic science in general, is to not have to rely on one laboratory's work, to have somebody do the testing, get a result, and then have somebody else do referee testing on it to make sure it's a correct result. So what we do is we split this sample in half or into more pieces than that, depending on how much is there. And that's the portion that's removed from that is known as a split.
Okay, so basically just a portion of the sample. And was this split, was it labeled with a Los Angeles Sheriff's Department number or some other marking?
Yes, it was.
And how was it labeled?
If I can refer to my notes, I can give you that number.
Is that okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The sample that we received was laboratory receipt number J855673 which is a sample split from laboratory receipt number J815583, which is a number 2 blood.
Anything following?
All right, then I'll be limited. This is what he based his opinion on.
Your Honor, may we approach
Yes.
briefly?
Mr. Taylor, you received a sample from the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, and did you look at that particular sample?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did that sample have a Sheriff's Department identifier number J815583?
Sorry, it just folded back. Let me look and get that number again.
J815583.
Yes, it did.
Okay. Now, did you give that your own unique laboratory identifier number?
Yes, I did.
And what laboratory number did you give it?
That was given laboratory number 2521.10.
Okay, and is that a unique number that you give all evidence that comes to your laboratory?
Yes, each item of evidence that comes in a case is given a case number, then a period, and then the item number within that case. And so this was item number 10 in that case.
Okay, and Mr. Taylor, with reference to the item itself, how was it packaged? If you could explain that to the jury, just physically.
It was packaged in a coin envelope. That then within that came a glassine envelope. This is, I assume, a glassine, folded glassine paper, which is like wax paper. That was labeled with.
The labeling is irrelevant.
Thank you.
We're not interested in the labeling. Thank you. Proceed.
Was labeled.
Within that glassine paper, then was what we call a Post-it note. Everybody knows what a Post-it note is. It's a sticky portion of that. This is commonly used technique for collecting.
Objection, foundation.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
That's stricken. The jury's admonished as regarded.
There was a Post-it note, and what was in the Post-it note?
On the sticky portion of the Post-it note were flakes of material that appeared to be blood and reacted with a presumptive test for blood in a positive way.
Okay, when you say a presumptive test for blood, what kind of testing does your laboratory do to make a determination whether something might be presumptively blood?
It's a test that is for something known as peroxidase activity. It's a test using reagents known as orthotolidine reagents. These reagents will give a color change in the presence of blood and certain other things, some fruit juices, things like that. The appearance of blood and the positive reaction is a very strong indication that you're dealing with blood.
Okay, and it looked like flakes of blood, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you take this material and subject it to any analytical procedures by way of trying to genetically characterizing it?
Yes. A portion of it, we didn't take all of it, but we selected certain portions of the flakes were removed and put through the process that I described earlier, the extraction, quantification, and then STR testing.
Okay, so you
Or
did
typing.
You did a DNA test on the portion of that sample, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you come up with a result?
Yes.
And did you develop a genetic profile?
Yes.
When I have marked next in order, Your Honor, is a DNA result chart, table 1.
Decouple Q or Q10. We're just going to refer them from now on by calling it to whatever power it is. When we go on to the next set, as I assume we will, it'll just become AB11, et cetera, et cetera.
Good.
It's Q10.
We need to take it off, Your Honor. We got to redact it.
Okay. It's going to be a, we can call it a chart.
I thought we just had to redact one portion. Redact that portion. Let me ask you a few questions when we're waiting for this exhibit to get prepared. When you developed this particular genetic profile from this blood after you did your presumptive test, did you make a determination as to whether or not it was a single source genetic profile, or did it have a mixture of more than one person's DNA in it, if you know?
There's no indication that it's a mixture. It appears to be single source.
Okay, did you analyze do any other analytical techniques to this particular sample of presumed blood that you analyzed?
I took a portion of the stains and prepared a microscope slide from that and observed the microscope slide.
Okay, and what were your observations when you looked at that?
We saw material. This particular blood flakes that were present in this appeared to be soluble. Normally, a blood flake will go back into solution pretty readily. There are surgical procedures that can be applied which will tend to make these less soluble, and this material appeared to be less soluble. In observing that microscopically, we saw what appeared to be cellular material, some of which within the flakes itself could represent the actual red blood corpuscles. These are the part of your blood that makes your blood red. They're not a cell, but they've lost their nucleus, so we call them a corpuscle. In addition to that, there were some nucleated cells and stuff, a small piece of some form of tissue that was also found on that slide.
Okay, so this would be from the same sample that you got from the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. Part of that sample was looked at microscopically.
That's correct.
Okay. Were you able to determine what type of tissue it was from your observation?
I just was tissue. I could see the nuclei and the cellular components and stuff, but that's really the expertise of a pathologist. So
okay, so
or a histologist.
Did you eventually develop a profile that you compared to somebody else's profile?
Yes.
And whose profile did you compare it to?
The LA Sheriff's Department had prepared a profile to Lana Clarkson, for Lana Clarkson, and that was published in their August 28th, 2003 report, and we compared it to that profile.
Okay, now we have Exhibit Q to the 10th, Your Honor, we're prepared to put on the screen. And if we could highlight the top row, the top two rows actually, and right above the line, I ask you to take a look at that, Mr. Taylor. Is this part of the genetic profile that you took from the published report from the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department where they did a reference sample from Lana Clarkson?
That's correct. You can see the label in the column at the far left, and it lists what the sample is, reference Lana Clarkson, and then the LA Sheriff's Department report that was taken from. Each of the subsequent columns going across is one of the genetic locations I mentioned earlier. So when we see the number at the top there that says D3S1358, that means DNA chromosome 3 sequence 1358. That defines a location within human DNA. Now, when we look down below it, we see that there's a 15 and a 16 that were detected at that location. These are the short tandem repeat alleles that we're talking about. One of these pieces of DNA had 15 repeats, the other one had 16 repeats. So this individual from one parent got a 15 and the other got a 16. The next column, we see another genetic location that's known as VWA. And you see at that location, we have a 16 and a 17 present. So as we go across, we can see what each of those genotypes is at those locations. The amylogenin, which is found in the next column, is a marker which is on found on the X and Y chromosome, and they're slightly different on the X and the Y chromosome. So we can take a look at that, and in this case, we see only the X chromosome was detected. And if you remember biology, if you have just an X chromosome, you're female. If you have an X and a Y, you're male. And so this shows us that this individual is female.
Okay, so you basically, instead of redoing her reference sample, simply adopted the genetic profile that was developed by the Sheriff's Department laboratory. Is that true?
That's correct. We took their profile for comparison.
And the reference sample was, the testing was done by Steve Renteria, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, if we could look at this particular chart and look at just the first column of the D3S1358, I'd like you to ask I want to ask you a few questions about that. Basically, if we could go all the way to the bottom, and the bottom line is that the unknown genetic profile from the blood that you received from the Sheriff's Department?
That is correct.
Okay, so you're basically comparing the reference sample with the unknown genetic profile, is that true?
That's correct.
And both of them are basically single source profiles from what you could tell, is that correct?
That's correct. As far as we can tell, we detect only a 15 and a 16 that can come from one individual, and these peak heights or the quantities of each of these is about the same.
Okay, so at this first location, this D3S1358, basically both samples, you found a 15 and a 16 at those locations, correct?
That's correct. So we, at this point, have to conclude, based on this first locus, that this individual could be the source of the blood stain that we found.
Okay.
But we have to, of course, compare them all to determine that, with greater assurity. So.
Okay, if we could just look at the first 3 or 4 all at once, and I'll ask you a question about that. Now you go to the next one after you check the 15, 16, and they all seem to be the same from the reference sample to the unknown. Is that true?
That is correct.
And then also you made a determination that both have X or XX female DNA or girl DNA, correct?
That's correct. They both have the X chromosome. We don't see any indication of a Y chromosome. That indicates it's female.
Okay, so if there were a difference between the top and the bottom, the reference sample and the bottom, then a person would be excluded. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay, now let's go through the rest of them after the X, just the rest of the table, just kind of all at the same time. And let me ask you this, when you looked at each genetic location that was tested, were they all?
They're the same profile at each location.
Okay, and so ultimately, were you able to exclude the reference sample for Lana Clarkson as being a possible contributor to this unknown DNA that you found in this blood drop or this blood sample that you were given by the Sheriff's Department?
Based on LA Sheriff's Department's testing, Lana Clarkson cannot be excluded as the source of that blood drop.
And with reference to her being excluded, what is the likelihood that somebody else in the human population might have a similar profile as the one that you found in this blood?
Let me make sure this is worded correctly, but if we went out into the general population and started taking people and testing them, and I'm going to just refer to my report for the number that we calculated. What we do is we took this profile and we did a statistical calculation in each of 179 different populations. The population we found it most common in was 1 in 81.8 billion women in one of the populations that happened to be an Andalusian population. So in the general population, we would expect this profile that we developed here to be rarer than 1 time in 81.8 billion individuals. It's going to be rarer than that.
Very good. If I can have a minute, Your Honor.
You may.
Finish up, Mr. Taylor. First of all, you mentioned that the sample had some solubility problems. Does that mean that you had trouble getting the DNA out of the sample in some way?
not getting the DNA out. What we had difficulty is when we take one of these flakes, we put them in water. Typically what we'll see with a blood stain is we will see the hemoglobin, the components, the protein components in serum. Blood serum is the non-formed portion of your blood that's like a liquid, or it is a liquid. We typically will put water on that, and that will all dissolve. And when it dissolves, then it leaves behind these cells. This material would not dissolve. We could see that it had the appearance of a blood flake, a piece of crust material, but it was not going back into solution. And there are, with certain types of testing, probably, and one that I know was used in this case and stuff, there are some chemicals in there that will make it so that it is much less soluble, and that prevents blood from running at the scene. That is what appears to have happened here, because this would not go back into solution.
Okay, are you familiar with the chemical process known as luminol?
Yes.
And do the chemicals in the luminol, does that affect the solubility of a blood stain like this?
Objection, Foundation.
You know what? I think he's indicated enough of a background that he can answer the question. The objection is overruled. You may answer.
There are different formulations of luminol, some of which do contain a material so that when you spray the luminol in order to detect the presence of blood at a location, it doesn't end up running if you put too much of that reagent on there. So they add a chemical to that prevents it from dissolving.
Okay, and let me ask you this question with reference to when you were looking at this item, was it basically a pure blood stain, or did you see, well, let me ask you this. When you looked at did your microscopic examination of this material where you said you thought you saw some tissue, were you using a stain slide to look at that? In other words, how did you actually prepare the item to look at?
Yes, after soaking it, solubilizing it, the liquid was transferred onto a slide, and some of these chunks were divided and stuff just with a disposable needle, a scalpel blade actually, and that was smeared around. We then dried it onto the surface, stained it, and observed it microscopically.
With a regular microscope as opposed to a stereo microscope?
This was with a compound microscope, which is it's got a higher magnification than the typical stereo microscope would.
Okay, very good. Let me have one more minute. All right. I want to get back to the Post-it note issue here briefly, if I can. That's the type of paper that this blood was on. Is that correct, or in?
That's correct. The flakes were attached to the sticky surface of a Post-it note.
In your experience, is that something that's common or uncommon?
Objection, Foundation.
No, I'm going to overrule. He may answer. In his experience, from his dealing with it, is it common or uncommon? You can cross-examine on it. You may answer.
It's actually been even presented at meetings as a good mechanism for collecting small samples, hairs, various debris, powder, flakes from a blood stain, things such as that. Because of the way the Post-it notes are prepared, these aren't handled by people. It's all being prepared by machines. People have tested that in different laboratories and shown that we don't have DNA on this sticky surface of the Post-it. It's a convenient way of collecting the samples. And so we've seen that in many cases. We do cases from all over the United States, and we've seen that technique utilized for collecting it in many cases.
When you say you've seen it at meetings, what type of meetings are you referring to?
I'm a member of the California Association of Criminalists and the American Academy of Forensic Sciences meeting. My recollection is I heard this at just as a presentation on collection of samples for DNA analysis at one of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences meetings. Okay. And as I said, we've seen it in notes and evidence we've received in other cases.
Okay.
So it's not uncommon. So.
Yeah, Mr. Taylor, with reference to these scientific conferences, do you go to them to keep up on new developments, new techniques on a regular basis as a forensic scientist?
Yes, just in general, the recommendations that we follow in my laboratory are known as the DAB, or the Scientific Working Group on DNA Analysis Methods recommendations. And part of that is that analysts in DNA need to attend scientific meetings to keep up on this. So everybody, all the analysts within my laboratory attend at least one meeting a year. So.
And have you, in your experience in the field of
Thanks,
DNA
Bill.
technologies, have you ever published scientific articles on the subject of analyzing DNA?
I've given many presentations and also then a publication in the Journal of Forensic Science on a system that we developed, such as the systems that are present here. My laboratory developed a system which combined the amylogenin gene we talked about that will determine male and female. We incorporated that into a previous existing system that had 6 other genetic loci. We combined those together. We developed the techniques for detecting this, the reaction mix for amplifying it, all of these technical parts of that, and then did what we call a series of validation studies to show that this could be utilized in forensic science with the type of evidence we have, and that we could reliably interpret it. That was then published in the Journal of Forensic Science.
Okay, and just this last area, and I'll finish up. When you do this slide where you look at the material where you thought you saw some tissue, how do they do the staining of this particular slide? If you could explain that to the jury.
The staining that was utilized in this particular case was what we call H&E staining, hematoxylin eosin. We utilize that because this is the type of staining that is most commonly used by pathologists for looking for tissue to see if tissue is present. And so we went ahead and did the staining, that type of staining on this slide.
Very good. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Taylor, very briefly, in going over your qualifications, you indicated that you have a bachelor's degree, correct?
That's right.
You indicated that you finished some coursework for a master's degree, but never actually got your master's degree.
That's right. I didn't write up the thesis. I actually completed the coursework and the research to for the thesis, and then got a job at the LA coroner's office and never wrote it up. So.
And I assume from that, that I think there may be some courses around the country where you can actually move on to your PhD without actually getting your master's certificate or your master's degree. I'm assuming from your answer that you didn't do that. You don't have a PhD either?
No. I have a bachelor's degree.
All right. Is blood, and you said you identified some tissue in there as well, correct?
It had the appearance of a blood crust, and also then we got a presumptive test that indicated that it was blood.
Okay, so in your work,
and there was tissue in there also.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you. In your work, there's a kind of a systematic approach of identifying materials forensically, and you probably start off just visually with the unaided eye, correct?
That's correct.
And you've seen blood how many times?
Lots.
More than 10?
Oh, yeah.
More than 10,000 probably?
Probably.
Yeah. So when you look at something visually, you've gotten somewhat accustomed to being able to make certain identifications of 2 drops sitting on a plate, on a white plate. One's Hershey's chocolate mix and the other's blood. You could probably just visually tell the difference better than the average layperson.
Probably, yes.
Then you would go to the aided eye, which is microscopic, correct?
Yeah, or you might go directly then to a presumptive test.
Okay.
Chocolate won't react to the presumptive test, and
Sure.
blood would.
And I guess my point is there's several steps that you can go through to start coming to a conclusion as a scientist that in fact something is blood.
That's correct, yes.
Right. And that might include looking at it visually just with the unaided eye. You've seen it 10,000 times or 100,000 times.
Certainly.
Maybe even doing a presumptive, and then moving on and doing the DNA analysis, which doesn't necessarily tell you it's blood, but in fact it will tell you that there's human DNA in it, correct?
That's correct.
And based on your experience and the totality of everything that you know about that particular incident that you're investigating, you could feel comfortable, or you could get to a comfort level as a scientist saying, yeah, that what I looked at is blood.
Yeah, or certainly very likely blood, yes.
Okay, to a high degree of probability.
Yes.
But you indicated with regard to this particular blood and tissue that you looked at in this case, I think you said on direct examination that some of the deeper analysis, deeper visual analysis is probably better left to a pathologist or a
histologist. With regard to the type of tissue that I saw in there, there are certain components we routinely look at with regard to what would be present in a blood stain. This was not what would be expected to be contained within blood. And so it's another type of tissue. I just didn't want to identify what type of tissue it is.
Fair enough. And of course, a histologist is someone who has an expertise in the identification of human tissue, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So someone with, for instance, a PhD who has a scientific background, a specification, if you will, in histology, you might defer to that person with regard to the identification of tissue or blood materials at that level.
What kind of tissue it is, yes.
Sure. Okay, thank you. And you talked a little bit about luminol just before Mr. Plord sat down. He asked you a couple of questions about how the luminol, or how luminol in general, might affect solubility. In this particular case, the case that's now pending before the bench, you don't know about any luminol that was used in this case, I'm assuming, correct?
I don't know the formulation. I just understand that it was utilized based on reading that I did.
Sure. There's some reports that refer to some luminol being used, but you never asked, or you never sought the actual chemical breakdown of that luminol.
Of which formula they use, that's correct.
And you said sometimes in luminol, there can be a chemical formula that will affect the later solubility of a blood drop.
That's correct. The FBI put out a paper a number of years ago that suggested the addition of certain chemicals that retard the solubility of the blood.
Okay, well put. The fact is, you don't know if that chemical was included in the recipe, if you will, for this particular luminol.
That's correct.
All right. And with regard to the Post-it notes, there are a plethora, if you will, of companies who make forensic envelopes and forensic paper for the use in forensic labs, correct?
There are a number of companies that make various components, generally not specifically for this purpose, but I mean for a number of different things. So.
For instance, when you worked at the Coroner's Crime Lab, I don't know if Technical Associates, your company now, utilizes these. They might be a little bit expensive, they might be cheap, I don't know. But at the coroner's office, for instance, they have pre-printed coroner's envelopes that are packaged, and they're specifically designed for instance, the collection of evidence.
Okay, it's important to understand that the design part of that is putting the label on it and stuff, because the package itself is just a manila envelope.
Correct. Obviously, I mean, it's made out of paper, correct?
Yes.
However, those evidence envelopes, because they are evidence envelopes, are probably handled a little bit differently than, for instance, this set of Post-it notes has been handled sitting on the table.
Red solo cups? Like different than red
yes.
solo cups?
Hopefully. And of course, crime labs throughout the nation utilize these evidence envelopes, not only for their markings, but because they are handled a little bit more carefully than the average. There's another set over here. The average Post-it note that might be sitting on a desk somewhere.
Yes, but I need to explain that the reason Post-its were determined as a good mechanism for picking up evidence is because the way they're stacked. You can pull off the top one, throw it away, pull off the next one. You've got a nice clean Post-it. You can pick up evidence with it that's not contaminated. That's why people started utilizing them.
Okay. If, for instance, if you don't mind, Diane, if, for instance, I did this, or this, at you, or that. Now it's not quite as, that was a fake sneeze, by the way, too. That's not quite as uncontaminated as, for instance, an evidence envelope stacked in an evidence locker in the forensic crime lab, correct?
I've got to point out, though, that in that particular case,
Yes.
again, you're not separating the adhesive.
Right.
That adhesive surface that was utilized to collect the evidence in this case. That's why we collect it, because it's adhesive and it's stuck together. And even if you pull it apart and sneeze in it, which would be a bad way to handle something that's being used to collect, you're still attaching it to the surface that is not contaminated. And that's why they started using it.
And I want to ask you about that real quick, and I don't want to spend a whole lot of time. Isn't it actually true that the sample that you got in this particular, let me back up a second. Did you actually receive the Post-it note, or did you receive items that were reportedly taken from the Post-it note and sent to you? How did your split come?
We actually received the Post-it note.
Okay. Isn't it actually true, Mr. Taylor, that in that Post-it note, when you unfolded it, the flakes were falling apart, and had you turned it upside down, those flakes just would have fallen off? They, in fact, were not in the sticky surface. Isn't that correct?
What I received was in the sticky surface. So
Okay.
it was actually attached to the adhesive.
Okay. So you're not sure.
Yeah, Flash was here and he goes, "Why is there a baby in the room?" I said, "That's my baby. That's my dog Spike."
How it was received when the crime lab received it, but you're saying that the portions that you received or the flakes that you received were in the sticky surface.
That's correct.
All right. You have no idea how those were received before you got them.
No.
All right. And certainly if that sticky surface still had some tackiness to it, the persons at the crime lab might have been able to put those or some of the flakes into the sticky surface, even though they didn't come that way, correct?
That's possible.
All right. One other question. You worked at the coroner's office for a number of years, yes?
Yes.
The coroner's office lab is ASCLD lab certified?
Certainly portions of it are. I don't know that the entire laboratory is, but
The Los Angeles County Crime Lab is ASCLD lab certified?
that's correct.
And is your lab ASCLD lab certified?
No.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, redirect.
Just briefly, Taylor, does somebody have to be a histologist to do DNA testing? Is that something that, or is that different, the type of work that you do?
No. Histology is the identification of the various types of tissues which are within the body, and they could be from any number of different areas.
Okay.
The areas that a DNA analyst is working on is the molecular biology of what we remove from those tissues. Now, as part of that, as part of general criminalistics, there are a number of areas where we will identify different types of cells that we run into that are important to forensic science. In this particular case, there's an additional tissue in there, and I'm not sure what it is. So.
Okay. In order to look at blood, can you look at blood under a stereo microscope on a garment and tell it's blood, or do you need to do a slide?
You'd need to do more than just look at it under the garment. You get an indication. That's one of the first steps, as was mentioned earlier, that you would look at it and look for the crusty appearance of the blood, and you can get an indication that yes, this is likely blood, as opposed to, let's say, a dye that's bled into that's dyed the surface, something like that. So you get certain indications by looking at it under a stereo microscope.
Okay, and then you do a presumptive test, which will give you more information if it's positive, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And if you get a negative in the presumptive test, do you typically take it through the whole process, or do you usually stop there if you suspect that it's blood?
No, the components within blood that react in our presumptive test are very, very stable. And so if you test it and get a negative, it's very unlikely you're dealing with blood.
Okay, so they're like if sometimes a stain of chocolate, or let's say somebody ate some prime rib and got splashed on their coat, that may look similar to blood, but it would test negative when you do a test?
Yes.
The presumptive test for blood would be negative.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you
Actually, let me correct something. You said prime rib?
like if somebody was eating prime rib and maybe something splashed on them or something.
Prime rib, it could be that you actually splash some blood or something that would be positive. That might react positively.
I see.
So,
Okay.
so
All right. So, so it would look like
if it's a barbecue sauce or something like that, that's not going to react positively.
Okay.
But blood from a cow or human is going to react positively with a presumptive test.
Okay.
So
And, but there wouldn't be any human blood in that. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Now, with reference to these Post-it notes that you've gone at length and talked about, have you ever received any of those from governmental laboratories for reanalysis around the country?
Yes, we have.
Okay. That's something that's not uncommon anymore, is that true?
No. it's
And
not.
have you ever seen that a Post-it note used by, have you ever had any other cases with the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department?
No, many, yeah.
Have you ever seen them, have you ever looked at evidence items collected by their department, including Post-it notes?
Oh, I don't remember if I've specifically seen it with the Sheriff's Department or not. So.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing further.
Thank you. Recross.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, subject to recard excuse. Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you.
He rocks back and forth like R2D2 when he does the squeaks. You know how R2D2 rocks back and forth when he gets upset? That's what Spike does. So he squeaks and he walks. Impersonation. That's not going to get you anything. Don't try to butter me up with your R2D2 impersonation. Those short little legs, he just rocks side to side, just like him. So funny.
All right, you previously been sworn. You remain under oath. Would you just state your name for the record?
Stephen Bell.
Thank you.
Thank you for returning, Mr. Dow here. Mr. Dow, I want to basically ask you a couple of just very brief additional questions relating to your work at the Los Angeles Coroner's Office, and I'm not going to repeat any of the information you brought before, but I'll ask you about one is whoever may or on or about March 31st, discussed.
Well, allow him to answer yes or no, and then you can approach if you want. Were you present at such a meeting?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Dow, we're going to go to another subject. We're going to talk about your work at the coroner's office. Are you ever present at meetings between the medical doctor? It's going to be a different meeting.
This is a foundational question. I'll allow him to answer that and then see what the next question may or may not be.
Okay. You understand?
Yes,
Okay. And is that something that's unusual or routine?
it's routine.
Okay. And do you ever meet with doctors and odontologists at the coroner's office?
Yes,
I want to ask you a question. Do you recall ever being present at a meeting on April the 20th of 2004 where Dr. Lakshmanan was present, Dr. Anselmo, yourself, and Dr. Pena?
yes,
And do you recall at that particular meeting on the 20th of April of 2004 that the subject of a missing tooth
Objection, here's that. Overruled.
was discussed?
yes.
Okay, and I want to ask that exhibit either the 9th be put up on the board. It was previously been marked identified by Dr. Anselmo. I'll ask you to take a look at this particular item. Do you recognize this particular exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize this particular exhibit?
Well, I recognize the photograph. It's actually a photograph that I took of that exhibit and in the state that I found it in.
Okay, and when you say the state that you found it in, is the bottom little item there, is that a portion of a vial?
It appears to be a portion of that file, yes.
Okay, and the top portion, was it the type of vial that material is usually collected in?
Yes.
And in this particular case, did you receive this particular exhibit to look into the material that was purportedly in that vial?
Yes. White fragment of material.
Okay. And what was your reason for wanting to look at that fragment of material?
The question was posed to me whether or not there might be bullet.
Is that the condition the vial was in when it came to you?
Yes, it is.
And approximately when was that time-wise, if you will?
Actually, the vial was signed out from evidence on 2/26/03, but I did not look at the contents of the envelope until approximately 3/31/03. And it was on 3/31/03 when I opened up the evidence envelope that I saw what's depicted in the photograph there, and made a note and called Dr. Pena and reported what I found.
Okay, now E to the 9th here, this picture of item number 10, is that the Sheriff's Department item number 10?
Yes.
Okay, and purportedly your understanding was that it was collected from the death scene at 1700 Alhambra Avenue?
Yes.
Okay, and were there some portions of this vial that appeared to be missing? In other words, there's the broken portion and then the rest of the vial. Were there some pieces that didn't fit together?
Yes, I received the vial in the condition that's depicted in the photograph in E to the 9th there. And what's missing is the other fragments of the remainder of that glass vial. So my assumption was that it was placed into that envelope in the condition that I took it out of the envelope in, and pieces were missing, yes.
Okay, you looked in the envelope and it wasn't in the envelope loose or anything like that?
Pieces were not in the envelope.
Was that something that was unusual?
What was unusual is that it didn't come with a story of its present condition.
Okay. In other words, sometimes things get broken or lost, but you usually know about that before you just open it up and discover that?
It's normal to have laboratory accidents and things do happen, but I was expecting some explanation as to what I saw.
Okay. Now, on getting back to this meeting that occurred on April the 20th of 2004, well, let me ask you this question first. Typically, when somebody looks at an item of evidence, such as yourself or another member of the coroner's office, when they open it and close it, do they typically initial it and date it and so forth?
Usually there is recorded on the object itself or in some log, the chain of custody, chain of evidence, yes.
And was the reason that you contacted Dr. Pena because he was the last person that basically sealed the envelope in the chain of custody?
It was that plus the fact that he's the doctor in this case, and I just wanted to inform him of what I found.
Okay. Now, at this particular meeting on April the 20th, 2004, was that meeting, did it last approximately a half hour?
I believe so.
Okay. And was the purpose of this meeting to discuss this particular item that's depicted in E9?
That was my purpose in being there, yes.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not Dr. Pena made any statement at that meeting regarding whether or not the evidence item that was contained in item 10 was in the vial when he resealed it the last time that he did it before your testimony, before you looked at it?
You know, in reviewing the notes of that meeting, apparently that's Dr. Pena's recollection of the events surrounding that vial, yes.
Okay, so would it be correct that in this particular meeting, when this was discussed, Dr. Pena said that the item number 10, when he resealed it immediately before, the last time it was sealed before you got it, the item, this particle was in the vial and the vial was unbroken.
I think that's his recollection, yes.
And he made that statement to you in this meeting on April the 20th, as best you can recall, 2004. Is that true?
I think that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Just a few questions. Good morning, Mr. Dell again. We won't keep you here too long today. Well, they took it down, but the exhibit we were just looking at, which had item number 10 in it, thank you. Defense E to the 9th shows how you received this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you received it, you found, or you believe because of the vial and the condition the vial was in, that that something had possibly been broken. I think you mentioned a laboratory accident is what you thought.
Yes.
And so when you saw this, you followed the procedures in your office and you documented this, correct?
That's correct.
And you photographed it?
That's correct.
And you described it in your notes?
That's correct.
And then you contacted the doctor that you've been working with in this case to have a meeting and discuss with him what you'd found?
That's correct.
So you followed all the procedures in the coroner's office when something like this happens?
That's correct.
To try to reconstruct it?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Redirect.
Yeah, just briefly, Mr. Down, part of your investigation into this was also to contact Lynn Harold at the Sheriff's Department Crime Lab. Is that true?
Yes, she was to be the next person to review these 3 vials, or the contents of these 3 vials, yes.
Okay, so she also assisted you in investigating what happened to this material. Is that correct?
Yes, she additionally looked at this envelope containing this vial and was looking expressly for the material that might have been in the vial to see if it was in the envelope and that somehow I'd missed it.
Okay, in other words, she tried to determine whether your impression that there were missing pieces, she tried to look at it under a microscope to see if somehow the pieces were there, but you just didn't correctly see them or something.
That's correct.
But it turned out they really were missing. Is that true?
That's correct.
Your witness.
Thank you. Thank you. As you mentioned, this was tooth material, right? Or you thought it was?
Well, that's what the odontologists had stated that it was likely to be. I'm not sure that anyone had done a definitive analysis of that.
And that person was?
Dr. I know his name here, just a moment.
Anselmo?
Dr. Anselmo and Dr. Freeman, I believe. Yes.
Portman?
Portman.
I'm hearing Portman.
It's Portman, yes.
I'll go with him. Okay. And they, Dr. Anselmo also dealt with this evidence at some point. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's my understanding, yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Redirect.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary, to recall your excuse. Thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition will be in recess for 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Lori Daybell's verdict is in? How? Didn't they just start that trial? Bell, you're getting on my last nerve. House of Blues attorney Richard Munisteri takes the stand. Why? Why is the House of Blues attorney? What do they have to do with anything? And that last one was what, 10 minutes? This one's 14? How much for Phil Spector trial the same time we ended?
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name is Richard, Ricchard.
Hi. How's everybody? StreamYard. Trying to look and see how much we have left of this trial. StreamYard is still being a pain in the butt. Because I swear, every other day I open up StreamYard and there's some new feature. They need to stop. Wait, Bodden's going to get back on the stand? Bodden already testified, but he testified in that hearing they had, right? Because I remember I did a poll about, it was my very first poll. In fact, it's the only poll I've ever done because it crashed StreamYard and I was like, okay, no more polls. But now StreamYard crashes all the time. So, wow, that was a short trial. That was a super short trial. So Bodden is going to come back. Where are we? Richard Munisteri. Why are we even talking to you? You're only there for 15 minutes. You're a lawyer for the House of Blues. What the heck? Okay. And then Detective Thomas Fortier. Nicole Spector. Wife? What was his wife's name? Judy. Let me see. We were on part 173. Dang, Dr. Bodden is on here a lot. A lot. 11 parts to Bodden. Jeez. Oh, Pumpkin's gonna be back again. Closing arguments look really long. 244 parts. We're on 197. We got a ways to go yet, y'all. Lots of Bodden coming up. 173. Yeah, I know you're not. I'm not either. Not really. I watched some of Peter's recap of her last trial because she was pro se. The only thing I've watched this time was the one day she got thrown out of the courtroom because I can't stand the woman. Because there is the God I worship would never tell you to do the things she has done. And that's all I'm going to say about that. And I feel for the people that are part of her faith, and especially the people close to her that are part of her faith and are dealing with the whatever backlash might be happening because of the things she's done and said, and for her to get up and at her sentencing. Why did I watch her sentencing? I might have watched it with a YouTuber that I liked or something. But I watched her sentencing and the things she said, like, oh, I'm going to heaven because I'm a Christian and blah, 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 whatever. And I was just like, okay. So, I mean, not my place to judge. It's God's place to judge, but whatever. HOB attorney is HOB attorney. I don't know what that means. Probably should know what that means, but I don't. What? Oh, House of Blues attorney is covering his butt. Okay. Sister? That's whose daughter? Will you stop? One more. This is the last one. It would help if I would share my screen. Okay. House of Blues lawyer is covering his butt. I got it now. Belle, you're frying my brain. Your barks are frying my brain. I can't think.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name is Richard, Richard. Last name is Munis. That's spelled Munis.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Ministerian. Thank you very much for.
Good morning.
Hopefully, you'll be a quick witness here. You and I chatted in the hallway just, 5-10 minutes ago?
That's correct. I'm here for apparently of House of.
And in that capacity, for you us to do
Nicole. Who's Nicole? Oh, Nicole Spector is okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't know where my head is right now. I'm having a hard time concentrating. I don't know why. Thank you, Judy. I'm so sorry.
With how the books and records are kept for the House of Blues?
Generally, yes,
Okay, and they're kept in the regular scope of business,
that's correct.
made at or near the time of the event,
Correct.
and report.
Yes.
Okay. Jen, with your assistance, can we have people 17 up on the board, please? Sir, I'd ask you to turn your attention to the screen, which has people 17 reproduced. And if you look at the top, it says foundation schedule. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's a listing of the work schedule planned for staff at the venue.
Okay. And by looking at the very first top two lines that run horizontally, where it says mon to when, and then there's dates underneath that, can you tell us what that is?
That's giving the week ahead and for each day and a listing of the show that, so setting out for the week, the schedule for the employees.
Okay, and pursuant to the subpoena coming here, you were aware of the fact that we were interested in the year of 2003, correct?
Correct.
And these records are in fact for that year, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Going down the left side, and we'll try and do this fairly quickly, there's apparently a number of names, and there's a second page, which we'll get to in a moment, but I just want to foundationalize it with the first page. There's a number of names, and there's also a number of what I would just call either assignments or designations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And could you just briefly explain how that works with the House of Blues records?
Yes, I mean, we would have here listed our employees at the club, categorized according generally to their function. Those would be listed here on the left. Sometimes there's contact information that's associated with each employee. So that would be listed on the left side. And then going across each row, you would then have the schedule that was planned for the work hours of each employee.
And would that be for the entire work week?
Correct.
Okay, so let's just take one and only one as an example. Why don't we use the name Shane Berry, which appears under the section entitled managers, because I'm just picking it because it's the first name up. Is that a male or a female?
That's a male.
Okay, and could you just explain how that works there? I see there's some phone numbers and things like that.
Correct. I mean, beneath Shane's name, you'll see the work phone number and cell phone number for the employee. And then to the right, as you go across, you'll see the schedule of planned work hours for Shane across the week.
Okay, and I note on page 1 of People 17, it appears that the two categories are managers and bartenders. Is that right?
On that page, correct.
Okay, let's go to the second page. Jim, could I trouble you for that, please? Thank you. And could you please blow up the section which is entitled Security, if you would, please? Can we get that a little bit larger? Okay, thank you. And eventually we'll need the remaining portion, which doesn't appear on the screen now. Okay, this is page 2 of People 17. Your Honor, it's marked 17A, is that right? Because I think Wendy said she didn't want A's or B's.
But that's what it's marked as correct.
So stay with the 17A.
That's correct.
Okay. Looking at People 17A, sir, do you see a section that's entitled Security with a number of names to your left?
I do.
Okay. Could you focus your attention on the second name from the bottom, please?
I see it.
Okay. And Jen's highlighting that for you, Lana Clarkson. Did you know Miss Clarkson?
I did not.
Okay. Directing your attention to that name, the first column is for Monday, January 27th. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the second column for Tuesday, January 28th?
Correct.
And the third column for January 29th, a Wednesday. Okay. On Monday, what were her hours, please?
She would have checked in at 6 p.m. as her start time.
Okay. And it shows a 6 p.m. figure in that column, but next to it is the word top. Is that correct?
Correct.
What does that mean? Would you explain
I
to us?
thought you were going to ask me that, but I'm afraid I don't know. So.
You didn't read the subpoena? We should have been more detailed, huh? Okay. At any rate, she started at 6 p.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and she presumably worked through the evening until whatever top means, right?
Correct.
All right, and taking a look at Wednesday, January 29th, which is the third column over, did she once again work from 6 p.m. to top?
Correct.
Jen, could you please go to the next 3 columns, and then we'll come back to this one? 4 columns, excuse me.
No, I
Thank
want.
you.
I want
Okay,
my
and
brain
again,
to
if
be
we
like
look at
brain.
the horizontal column, which stretches from left to right, second from the bottom, for Thursday, January 30th, Friday, January 31st, Saturday, February 1st, and Sunday, February 2nd, what were her times?
Each night, Ms. Clarkson was to start or check in at 6 p.m.
Okay, and she worked till top, whatever that means, right?
Correct.
All right, Jen, can we go back, please, to that first 3 columns? And if you would blow those up for us, please. Thank you. All right. Now, I want you to take a look at the column, which is for Tuesday, January 28th. And if we go from second from the bottom, which Jen has now nicely highlighted for us in yellow, you notice that's blank. Is that correct?
Correct.
What does that mean?
My understanding is that she would have been off that night.
Okay, day off.
Correct.
So she didn't work that Tuesday, correct?
According to our records, correct.
Okay, Tuesday, January 28th of '03.
Correct.
Okay. And Your Honor, I have another exhibit here, which is entitled A Time Card Detail Edit for Lana Clarkson from January 27th, '03 to February 2nd of '03. And I'd ask that be marked next in order, which I think is defendants R to the 10th power.
That's correct.
Okay. May we have that marking, please?
Yes.
Jen, could you put that up there and blow it up as much as you can so that the witness as well as the jurors can see that? Thank you. All right. And turning your attention once again to the screen, you've heard me identify this as what's called a time card detail edit. What is that? Just tell the jury what that is.
This would be detail reflecting the precise time at which the employee punched in and punched out for work that day.
Okay. At that time in 2003, did all of the employees at the House of Blues on Sunset have a similar card such as this one?
Correct. Those who are on an hourly basis, correct.
Okay. How much money was Ms. Clarkson making an hour at that time, if you know? Approximately. I don't mean to the penny.
I believe it was in the area of $9 an hour, according to our records.
Okay. And if we look at these records, do they pretty much mirror image the 2 exhibits which I just previously showed you, People 17 and People 17A?
I'm not sure what you mean by mirror image.
In other words, what I'm saying is that when you looked at People 17 and 17A, and we ran it for the week that Ms. Clarkson worked other than the day off on Tuesday,
Right.
we were able to determine that she started at about 6 p.m. and worked to the top. Is that correct?
That was her schedule, correct.
Right. So what I'm asking here is when you look at, this is her time card, right?
Correct.
No one else's.
Correct.
And what I'm asking is if you look at this time card, let's just start on Monday, okay? And we'll work our way from left to right. On Monday, what time did she punch in?
She punched in at 6 o'clock p.m.,
And what time did she leave that?
2 o'clock a.m.
Tuesday is easy because it was her day off, so let's move to Wednesday. And on Wednesday, what time did she come in?
She punched in at 5:55 p.m.,
And what time did she leave?
punched out at 12:54 a.m.
About an hour earlier than what she left on Monday, right?
Correct.
Okay, and if we go to Thursday, please again, when did she punch in?
She punched in at 5:54 p.m.,
And what time did she leave?
punched out at 1:57 a.m.
And on Friday?
She punched in at 5:58 p.m. and punched out at 2:24 a.m.
Okay, and Saturday?
She punched in for her first shift at 10 a.m., punched out at 12:30 p.m., and then for second shift punched in at 5:58 p.m. and punched out at 2:22 a.m.
So Saturday, February 1st was the only day in that week where she had actually 2 shifts,
Correct, according to our records.
according to the time card.
Right.
You have no reason to believe this isn't accurate, do you?
That's correct. I have no reason.
Okay. And finally, let's just turn to Sunday, February 2nd. And this is the last one. What time did she check in?
She punched in at 6:02 p.m.,
And what time did she quit that?
She punched out at 2:21 a.m.
Can you tell me, there's a column that appears to the right of each of the punch out times, and it has letters in it, ED and LD. Do you know what those are?
I do not.
Okay, there's one that also has an LA. Do you know what that one is?
I do not.
Okay. And this document, which has been marked defendants R to the 10th power, and the two prior documents, People 17 and 17A, those are in fact the business records of the House of Blues for that particular week in the year 2003. Is that correct?
Yes.
Court's indulgence, please, for a quick moment.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Pass the witness.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Just one moment, please.
Why would you have any questions for him?
Mr. Rosen, can we have that exhibit back up? First 17A. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Right, I have 17 as a three-page schedule, so somebody may have marked today. It doesn't really make a lot of difference. It's still Exhibit 17. All right, you may proceed.
All right, or maybe. Just a couple questions, please. Do you know Mr. Burkhammer?
I do not.
Okay, you ever heard of him as being the, I guess, the manager of the House of Blues back in 2003?
I've heard that name, but I can't tell you what role I associate it with.
All right, there was some discussion about what, whether you knew what top meant or not. Have you been to the House of Blues?
I have.
All right. Would it surprise you if Mr. Burkhammer told us when he was here that top meant that Lana Clarkson was assigned the top door at the security of the foundation room?
That would not surprise me.
Okay. Is there such a position there?
Yes.
Well, it's important, in fact, isn't it, to make sure who gets in and who doesn't get into the foundation
Yeah,
room?
this
Absolutely.
guy's a liar. He
Is that
didn't
correct?
even know.
All right. And so top might very well refer to that position. Is that correct?
And it's also a call for speculation, the way you're phrasing
All
it.
right, thank you.
Sustained.
Looking at this exhibit, we were, could we go back to the next page, Sudie? The one with the managers on it. Oh, there it is. Maybe we could highlight the managers. You talked about a number of managers. Let's see, we have 3 of them there, correct?
On this list, correct.
Right, Shane Berry, Kim Gregory, and C.Y. Watts or Waits?
Cy Waits.
Thanks. Okay, did you know these people at the time?
No.
Okay, all right. But this document would correctly indicate whether or not they were working there, right?
Correct. I mean, would indicate their schedule.
All right, and these are managers at the House
Well,
of
that would
Blues in the
indicate if
foundation
they were
room,
working
correct?
there.
Right.
In fact, they would be, any one of these 3 people on any given night would be Lana Clarkson supervisors there at the foundation room, correct?
Correct.
Including Mr. Berry and Mr. Gregory.
Correct.
Thank you, nothing further.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just one question. Sir, you didn't make any assignments that evening as to who was working what position, did you?
I did not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Recross.
No, thank you.
Subject to recall. Thank you for being here. You're excused at this time. Do you have another witness?
We need to approach.
All right, you may.
I don't think he's going to do his closing intimidatingly because he wants the jury to like him. So I think we're going to see a nice Brennan like we did an opening. I think he's going to be completely different. What are we doing here, Court TV? Switch to the next person. Okay. Don't switch to the next person. I'll switch to the next person. Yes, I want to continue watching. Stupid. The judge and counsel discussed trial proceedings outside the presence of the jury. For 40 minutes, we're going to be outside the presence of the jury?
Clerk, we're taking a session.
Mr. Brenham?
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yes.
My colleagues have elected me to. The thought was that I was closest to the door and might have the best chance of escaping. We do have, we will have, this is in the morning, there's some computer data that has been supplied to us even as late as this morning. It's being analyzed. We'll be ready to present that in the morning. But there is something we can do this afternoon. And that is that we can offer the prior testimony of Dr. Lee. He's currently unavailable to us. He's out of the country. I think the court's aware of that. He's beyond any jurisdiction that we can evoke to get him back here in a timely manner today, tomorrow, Thursday. And so in looking at the prior testimony that was presented in this hearing, at the special hearing, all of the issues, a significant proportion of the relevant issues were presented at that time, both through the direct and the cross-examination. And in reviewing the cross-examination, it seems as though the prosecution not only had the opportunity, but took advantage of the opportunity to examine him on every relevant issue. So it seems to me that the admission criteria of prior testimony have been met. And so we would proffer that testimony. We could, if the court rules that it is admissible, we could take the time
Wonder
to
why
present that
he
this
made
afternoon.
himself unavailable.
Thank you. Prosecution.
Objection hearsay. We don't think that he's unavailable. We don't think the defense can show due diligence to show that they've made every effort to get him here. The defense case started on, I understand it, I'll be going back and try to check this, June 26th or so. We've been in the defense case for over 4 weeks. I think the defense has the obligation to show the court what efforts they've made to contact him, either through email, telegram, phone calls have been documented.
It's not like he didn't know about
We
it.
think that they just can't show due diligence to show that he's unavailable. It seems to me that this is a witness who apparently has professional, perhaps even a contractual relationship with the defense. He's been here in Los Angeles a number of different times when they needed him.
Yeah.
At least 2 times for various science seminars that were conducted, at least one of those at the county crime lab for the sheriff's department. He was here within hours after the murder at the defendant's house.
Oh.
When he last testified, we were told that he was in Italy, and they arranged to have him come here. This case has been going on for them for 4 weeks. If they really wanted to have him come here and testify live before this jury and offer us the opportunity for cross-examination, full cross-examination, not what occurred at the hearing, which was a very limited issue, then they could have made those arrangements. We don't believe they have. We really think that this is a last-minute call on their part. And with that in mind,
He came. He was out of town or out of the country or whatever, and he came for that hearing. He was here for that hearing. And he left the country again. He knows they're having a trial. He knows. He knows he has to testify at that trial. So no, they don't get to put the hearing, the partial testimony, the partial cross-examination. No, that was a hearing. That was not a trial before the jury. No, they made Sarah Kaplan, and that poor lady cried. They threatened to put her in jail. So no, they don't get to do this. He has to get his butt to LA and sit in that witness chair and get cross-examined in front of the jury. No, that's stupid. And so I see you're talking about Brennan going to Turtle Boy's trial to be intimidating. I was thinking you were talking about closing arguments. Well, so then he needs to be arrested for intimidating a witness then. He's doing the same thing that Turtle Boy's on trial for. Not fair. You guys, my head is all over the place today. I don't know why. I'm glad that we're not doing anything in the Karen Reed trial today because I can't concentrate. I'm just all over the board today, man.
I would just suggest one case, perhaps the court's familiar with it. I'm not going to tell the court perfectly on all fours, but I think it's pretty close. People versus Masters, 1982, it's 134 Cal F 3rd 509. And basically that talks about a situation where a prosecution witness had a prior relationship and made promises to come testify and then turned reluctant. And the court talks about whether or not that was sufficient to show due diligence to lay the foundation for unavailability, which is a requirement for prior testimony. So that's our take on this.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bruno?
You know, much of that is irrelevant. The fact that he was here in 2003 and May of 2006, really irrelevant to the point of his availability at this point. The correct issue, or more narrow issue, is what efforts have we been able to make to get him to attend at this time? And I would represent to the court, and Ms. Bodden or Mr. Plord could inform the court that both through contacts with his office and a limited contact with him, he is out of the country. So it's not as if he's unavailable in a communication sense. We know where he is, but it's beyond the jurisdiction. This court can't issue a subpoena to China. Federal court can't issue a subpoena to China, even if we could evoke federal jurisdiction. So he is beyond the subpoena power. He's not beyond our subpoena power forever. He'll be back next week.
So arrest his butt when he gets back and hold him in jail and keep him there and testify.
And so the fact that he's been here before is irrelevant. It's whether or not he's available now. And if the court would like, I can make a more detailed offer of proof.
I think you'd better.
Where's this?
Oh!
I'll get to that, Mr. Dixon. Let's see what the offer of proof is.
The offer of proof would existing pre-scheduled trip that he left on that trip, and he's still on trip. We thought that the defense was longer than point. And so
Are you ready to rest?
I think we'll be ready tomorrow, absent results, but Ms. Bodden can tell you that. But we're certainly at the point of resting this week. And
Yes.
The schedule, we notified the people over the noon hour. We made some decisions to cut certain witnesses off and basically put our case on somewhat of a diet as far as different witnesses are concerned. But we have 3 or 4 short witnesses tomorrow morning, and we've advised them we should be done by noon.
You expect, with the exception of Dr. Lee, to rest your case tomorrow?
Well, subject to the admission of exhibits and the scene view, which we consider that to be part of our case. But
Well, that's correct. We haven't had that yet.
yeah, so I mean, subject to those 2, we're going to finish our witnesses tomorrow.
And also, just if you recall, we have, excuse me for not getting up, my back is on.
No problem.
The computer, people were putting them on partially tomorrow, but we have about 5,000 exhibits, some of which are still coming to go through. I'm not sure I can finish it all one night to go through them all, but I'll do the best I can and get as much as I can on tomorrow.
Okay.
So could that be conditional?
But we notified the people because we still haven't got the rebuttal list, and we don't know what their plans are for rebuttal, if any. So
That because yesterday the defense can go through a good part of next week. So this is new news to us too.
Time-wise, without talking about witnesses, about how many days would you guess or make a best guess for rebuttal to take?
We're hoping to keep this to 2 to 3. We do not want to go over that at all. We want to make it short, fast, and to the point.
Okay. Yeah, with that in mind, Mr. Bruno, go ahead. You said did you have some other offer of proof you wanted to make?
not on the unavailability issue, Your Honor. I don't know if I finished that, but basically we've been in contact, and he has informed us that he can't come back until next week. He won't come back until next week, and the existence or non-existence of a subpoena is irrelevant because if we took the Concorde, if it was still flying or somehow got to China immediately, gave him a subpoena, he could use that to, wrap his takeaway. It just has no power over there. So I think he is legally unavailable. But in any event, that would be our offer of proof.
And when did you subpoena originally Dr. Lee to appear at trial?
I don't have the date of the first subpoena, perhaps.
No, for trial, not for the hearing or whatever.
We never issued him a subpoena.
So he's not under subpoena?
Correct.
Okay. And don't you think that's sort of a prerequisite, is to put your witnesses under subpoena to make sure that they appear?
Well, most witnesses, yes.
Right.
And
So he's told you he'd be here. I assume that what you're telling me is that he would be here if you just called him.
that's basically what the position was, yes.
Okay, and
Absent conflict, like the Italy trip, I mean, obviously he's a busy man and we have to fit our schedule into his.
I just find it interesting, and I guess what your view is, because I certainly know that his planned trip, that he was going to leave the country, he apparently announced it to the press. He was interviewed, I read it, not that I believe everything that I read, but that he was planning on leaving the country, and that he didn't think he would be a necessary witness because you had other witnesses that would take care of it. And I'm assuming that you're able to read the same papers that I did, that you could have then placed him under subpoena.
Well, that's a compound observation, but I'll work backwards.
Most of my observations are, but so go ahead.
Profound as well. But the point is that we couldn't interrupt his schedule. That was made clear to us. And we also thought that it wouldn't be necessary to do that. Cases, trials don't always keep a pace that is accurately predictable. In this particular instance, as we come down toward the end of our case, we delete witnesses, we shorten witnesses, we try to narrow the evidence that's presented. So that's the status. I mean, and in addition, having had the opportunity to have Dr. Lee here and have him testify and having be cross-examined very thoroughly by Mr. Jackson, we felt that would satisfy that particular burden.
Okay. Well, thank you. Is there anything further that you wanted to add?
Not on that point. I have a different point, but
You just want to.
Hey, can you guys still hear me? Everything looks good on my end, with the exception of I'm not seeing your comments on StreamYard. I'm seeing your comments on YouTube, but I'm not seeing them on StreamYard. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys could still hear me and see everything and everything was good. Because for some reason, your comments aren't showing up on StreamYard. Okay, well, I guess you guys will tell me if there's a problem.
Relating to Dr. Lee or not?
it is related to Dr. Lee, but it's a different point. Assuming that he is available next week, we call him in sir rebuttal or reopen our case. The outlines of the instruction that the court is going to give concerning the piece of evidence or the piece of something and whether or not it is evidence that was at issue here. It's very difficult for us to make a tactical decision as to what to have him testify about, how much emphasis to give to that particular point, and to make, try to make the legal judgments that are inherent in that issue without having a better idea of how the court intends to instruct the jury. And we're not asking for the final version, but we would like to know the elements of the instruction with some certainty so that we can make a decision that's intelligent and legally sound.
Okay, thank you. People wish to add anything?
Your Honor, the only thing that I would add, number one, I would ask the court to take mental note, if not physical note, of People versus Saint Germain, last name spelled ST, period, new word, GERMAIN. That's found at 138 Calat 3rd, 507. The court stated in Saint Germain, that's a 1982 case, by the way, that under 28 USC section 1783, quote, a court of the United States may order the issuance of a subpoena requiring the appearance of a witness before it or before a person or body designated by it, national of a national or resident of the United States who is in a country, if the court finds that particular testimony or the production of the document covered by it is necessary to the interests of justice. So Mr. Brunon is actually incorrect, all due respect. If in fact a subpoena, that there is a condition precedent to this USC section applying, and that is the witness had to have been subpoenaed here in this jurisdiction. If the subpoena is effective here in this jurisdiction under Saint Germain, then the witness leaves under a foreign, going to a foreign country under 28 USC 1783. They could issue it, or actually the court could issue a foreign subpoena. That wasn't done. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure that we're all on all fours. That Dr. Lee is in China is of no consequence legally. The defense can't just simply say, well, he's in foreign soil, therefore we couldn't reach out and touch him even if we wanted to. He could wrap the subpoena around his fish for lunch. That's not quite true. There are some conditions precedent to maintaining jurisdiction over a witness, even if that witness leaves to a foreign jurisdiction. Enough about the law. I'd rather talk about the actual opportunity that we had to cross-examine Dr. Lee. I think one of the things that the defense wants to get out in front of the jury is Dr. Lee's statements about finding blood on a wall. That was not part of the hearing. That was elicited by Mr. Plord in direct examination. I did not cross-examine him on that at all. Why? Because Dr. Lee was here to talk about one issue, and that was a very singular issue. And that was a missing piece of evidence, or at that time, a potential missing piece of evidence, which he denied taking and denied secreting and denied concealing. That's what I focused my cross-examination on.
Didn't you? You just had
I did not explore. And had I known we'd be in a different position later, I would have explored Dr. Lee's testimony about finding some blood on a wall somewhere. That was an aside. I never took the opportunity to cross-examine him on that issue because I did not believe that I had the right to do that. The court was very specific with the reason for the hearing, the missing piece of evidence, not blood, not back spatter, not 72 inches, not anything else. So we did not have a full and fair opportunity to cross-examine on that issue. So under 1290, or 1291 actually, I think that is not qualifying for former testimony.
Anything further?
Briefly, to address the opportunity issue, my recollection in a review of the transcript is that the opportunity to examine about the blood spatter was taken and exploited. If you recall, we learned all about parallax and other type of camera terminology that was beyond certainly my kin. So I think that Mr. Jackson is not fully recollecting the degree of examination that he did enter into concerning that blood spot, but I'll submit it.
Okay. Well, on several grounds, I don't think you've shown me that Dr. Lee is unavailable. First of all, I don't think you've shown due diligence. In fact, just the opposite. I believe there may be some cases that have talked about a witness who could have or should have been subpoenaed not being subpoenaed because of the relationship with the parties where they believed it was not necessary to do so. But in this case, if you listen to everything you said, that might do believing he would be here at any reasonable time, but you knew he was leaving the country. That's what you just told me.
You
We
didn't
knew
want
he was
to
going. We can't
testify.
interfere with the schedule. Yes, you can. Anytime you want, you could have issued the subpoena before he left. His
that's
trip does
his
not take
job.
precedence over this trial. It may have been inconvenient. A subpoena commands the individual to be present at a certain time, and their wish that they be allowed to leave for business or personal reasons is something they can present to the court that issues the subpoena, but they don't get to make that decision ex parte. And the bottom line is that's what was done. You made a knowing decision that he might not be here during the presentation of the case. You can't possibly claim due diligence. He is not an unavailable witness on that ground alone. Besides which, your case is not going to be over. You may have run out of witnesses as far as presenting witnesses in front of the court. You've asked for a view of the scene, which the court has granted. We have scheduled that. It is a logistic very difficult logistically to do that. It's an enormous amount of people that are involved to go out on that scene. It involves several police agencies. It involves, in this case, the news media and making arrangements for them. It involves transporting the jury and the court and staff and others to the scene and making arrangements to get that done. The view is presently scheduled for August 9th. At that point, you might be in a position to rest your case. And even then, that doesn't change my ruling because you haven't exercised any due diligence as to Dr. Lee. If you want to present him, and assuming that he will be back next week, which is the week of the 9th, the 9th is a Thursday, Friday we don't work on the 10th. Certainly the court will be back in session on the 13th. If you truly wish to call him, you'll have that opportunity to do so, and then to have him fully cross-examined by the people. So that takes care of that issue. On the second issue, you want my jury instruction to sort of guess what you might do tactically before you question him. One, instructions are done at the close of the case. I have not heard all the evidence in this case. I don't know what the final situation is with Dr. Lee. Even if I did, I'm not prepared to sit down and go over instructions, even if it's not in its final form. I'll be prepared to do that when all the evidence is in and what exhibits have been received, and I sit down with the parties and get their input as to what instructions the court will give as is required in each and every case. So the request, I understand why it might be useful to you, to go ahead and predetermine what instruction I'm going to give either in whole or in part or partial form. I'm not going to do that. I'm not prepared to do that. I wouldn't do it with any other instruction. I'm not prepared to do that. It's outside the normal pattern instructions, if you will. Those we sort of know, unless there's something that needs to be modified. You can guess what certain required instructions are going to be, and you can certainly know or have a pretty good knowledge of what the language will be. That's not, in this case, we're sort of into uncharted territory. So I'm not prepared to do that. So what I'm going to tell the jurors this afternoon, I'm going to bring them out and basically tell them that although we've run out of witnesses this afternoon, we're getting close to the finish. I don't know if they actually know we're going on a jury view at this point. Perhaps they've sort of, well, I'm going to tell them, and I'm going to tell them at that point around the 9th, the defense will probably be resting. I don't know whether the people are going to put rebuttal on, since we're going to have some downtime otherwise. Folks, are you going to be prepared to go forward when they're done with their witnesses as to any rebuttal?
We begun spooling up immediately. Yes,
Okay.
Judge, we expect to. I do have just my thoughts about this.
Okay.
One of the issues concerning the jury view was to make sure that the property, the fountain, the foyer, the areas that were going to be viewed are in a position or in a condition rather that are consistent with how they were in 2003 until we go out and see those.
Well, we're going out on the 6th. We're going out informally. It's not going to be a court session to preview what the jury will see. And because we're off the morning of the 6th, because the juror has an appointment, that's when we've decided to go out and do it. And I'll be in a better position, and we'll all be in a better position to make certain rulings or decisions as to the property before we go. Of course, if those aren't met, then we might not have a view on the 9th.
Which is what brings me to that.
Well, I'll tell the jury that there's a strong possibility. This could be their highlight. I don't know. I can't read their minds.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Fair enough.
All right. And which reminds me, we need to, as we get towards doing this view, this is requesting this, there's no problem with the jurors and ourselves, but the media want access. And that raises certain issues that I have to know what Mr. Spector's position is to that. Mr. Rosen met on behalf of the defense with the sheriffs and the court information officer and a representative of the district attorney's office last week to go over this. So I want to make sure that that is in place before we go out.
I met with Deputy Paul Colbens, COLBENZ, and Lieutenant Steve
Wheatcroft.
I'm sorry?
Wheatcroft.
Thank you. And I believe Mr. Dixon, myself, and Sandy Gibbons, we had a long meeting. I think we left here Thursday like close to 4:30. There was a shopping list of
Judy, I should know this, but I don't. I've forgotten. You may have already told me. Was he out on bail? Was he living, or bond, whatever? Was he living in that house during all this, or was he in custody? I don't remember. Jill, you missed one of the things you missed this morning was the thing about the rock. remember when they went to the jury viewing of 34 Fairview and there was that rock there? They wanted the judge to give the jury another instruction about disregarding the rock that was in the yard. She refused to tell them that instruction again, to disregard the rock. They should have done what they're doing in this trial. The preview to the viewing, so they could get things straightened up. And then there wouldn't have been a rock there for them to have to say, disregard the rock. But yeah, Bev won't tell them that instruction again. Just stupid.
The issues that the sheriffs had, they gave them to me to take back to speak with Mr. Spector. I have had a meeting with him telephonically over the weekend, and we've gone through it, and I think we're pretty close on almost all the issues. There was one.
Mr. Spector wants to talk to you.
We're pretty close on some. A few of the others were somewhat far apart.
Okay.
And Deputy Koblenz called earlier this morning, and Chandra had provided me with a little note. I've spoken to him. I did call him this morning per request, and we are going to have a meeting later this afternoon, and either Mr. Dixon or Mr. Jackson or both, and I will be in attendance with them. Okay. So we're working on those things, and as you say, it is a very complicated process, and there's a lot of balls that have to be put in the air.
Okay.
But we're working on it.
Okay. Anything else? All right, let's bring the, actually,
There was just one thing. There was one thing that I wanted to indicate to the court. I know it's been said before, but it is important to repeat it one more time. And just the fact that we still do not have all the materials. So our computer folks, they will be here tomorrow. They will be giving some testimony, but it probably will not be exclusive to tomorrow because we still don't have the rest of the materials analyzed.
I understand.
Okay.
A couple issues we can probably deal with before I let the jury go. One, Mr. Cutler, you'd indicated to me that you're planning on going, well, you're not out of town in the sense that you're out of LA County, but you won't be present at the trial.
Yes, sir.
When are you planning on leaving? Do you have a date or dates? Do you know?
Tonight.
Tonight? Okay.
Yes. I'm just going to Westlake.
I know. It's almost the same country, but.
Yes. I haven't left the state of California since April 3rd, so. He thought he needed his passport.
Well, we consider Ventura a very friendly county, so that's okay.
But, and of course, I'll be in touch with everyone.
Okay.
And
Mr. Spector, that's agreeable to you?
Yes.
Okay, now we have, that raises the next issue. And some of it's solely in the control of defense, but it's based on pre-existing law. Mr. Cutler, I understand that it is your present intention, when the case is finished, to argue at least part of the case in final argument. Is that correct?
Sir, yes.
Okay. Which means I need to have Mr. Spector understand, which is your absolute right to do so. I have no quarrel with that. But inasmuch as you have not been present during the entire trial, and I understand that you are reading transcripts, and of course the trial is available on television, but under one of the Manson cases, a similar situation, although it was the reverse, took place, wherein one defense counsel was unfortunately killed during the trial. The court appointed I believe it was Maxwell Keith to represent that particular defendant. I don't remember which defendant it was. He was allowed to familiarize himself with transcripts and whatnot of the trial itself, and then argued the case to the jury. And on appeal, the Court of Appeal reversed that case, saying because he had not been present to actually view the witnesses, to judge their credibility, that was not constitutionally sound. Now, this being the defense doing it from the other side, certainly Mr. Spector has the right to waive that, but it's an issue that's going to be in front of the jury. They know that you were not here. I mean, I'm certainly
11 days on this trial.
Fine, I understand that. But even one day, if you address witnesses or talk about the case when you weren't present, if you choose to do that, and that's what Mr. Spector wants you to do, you understand, Mr. Spector, you probably have a right to prevent that if that's what you wanted to do. If you said, no, I don't want you to do that. So if you choose to allow Mr. Cutler to argue the case, and that's the way it ends up going, you're waiving and giving up any argument that if there should be a conviction, I'm only saying this for the purpose of what I'm discussing with you, to come back at a later time and say my attorney should not have argued the case because he wasn't present and the jury knew that. In other words, you're saying this is okay with me and I agree that can be done. Is that agreeable to you? I'm sorry? You discuss it with him, you'll let me know before the close of the case. All right, the record will reflect that the jurors and alternates are present. I have news for you. I won't characterize it as good, bad, or indifferent. I just want to bring you up to date on what's happening. As for today, we have run out of witnesses and could not get any witnesses into court, so we will be terminating the session for today. However, the case is getting very close to finishing. I don't want to give you a specific date because there's some things that are still in flux. But it doesn't look like too many more days of actual testimony. So it may go over a period of time as witnesses become available or unavailable. We may or may not be going out to a view of the Grandview address. We're waiting to see. If we do, we'll be going out the morning of the 9th. We still have some final details to iron out and see if we're actually going to do it. It is looking like there's a strong possibility we might. But soon after that, we should be getting close to the finish of the case. So I just want to note that you need to make plans. Please remember that when we get to the point after argument where you are actually deliberating the case, that we will be working on Fridays because I can do my calendar and you're in there. There's no inconsistency with that. So you will have to change your schedule. So again, it's not going to happen this Friday or next Friday, but after that, we're getting towards that point and you should start making different plans. Also, if we're in argument and we wouldn't have to break up argument, you might have to be in for a Friday. I don't know how long that's going to take. The counsel told me it's going to take at least a couple days to argue the case. So with all that in mind, I just want you to start to plan your schedules along those lines. I know Juror 18, you may have a problem that you cannot resolve with the 9th, and we'll have to wait and see what's going on. We'll just sort of see what's happening so that perhaps you could remain with us, perhaps not. We'll just have to check and see how we're doing. So with that in mind, keep in mind the admonition. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you very much. The alternates have left. Mr. Plord, you said you had some questions or issues?
Previously, the court has ruled that pictures of Lana Clarkson holding a gun, displaying a weapon, etc., from various roles that she's played in movies, TV, etc., were not admissible. And I indicated that I would print those out, mark them as an exhibit, present them to the court just to make a record of what those photographs were.
Sure.
I've done that. I've got 11 photographs marked. I'd like to have them marked collectively so that the record is clear as to what photographs we were intending to offer.
Okay.
So,
Just collectively, your next S10.
S10, and I'll give those to the court. And,
Okay.
make a record.
What does that mean?
Thank you.
Knows how to use
Anything
the
further?
gun?
The court to look at them again and
Okay.
possibly change its ruling.
Okay.
But in the end, I'm not going to re-argue it, though.
Thank you.
I have a couple of things, Your Honor, please.
Yes, Mr. Rosen.
I played with cat pistols when I was a kid. I never
First thing
shot a
is that,
real gun in my life.
We were informed, I believe, yesterday, maybe the day before, of an ex-party. I think it was Friday, actually, Mr. Jackson called and left a message. I think that's correct. If not, he'll correct me. Regarding an ex-party that had occurred, and there were more materials that were turned over. We would make a request based on what we've received thus far. We have received a fairly extensive, I don't know if you call it a report, I'm not sure what you call it, but it's a multi-page document and it's heavily redacted. And it is our request that we be provided a unredacted version so that we can read the entirety of it and make a decision on it. And secondly, as it is now, it is the defense intent that we may want to delve into those areas if and should the rebuttal list include Dr. Pena and or Dr. Lakshman. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that, and I've discussed this with Mr. Jackson, Mr. Dixon, and maybe we'll take it up afterwards, but we've been waiting for a rebuttal list, and now that the court as well as the government has a fair idea of where we are in our case, we really need to get that rebuttal list because we have to take a look at these names. If there's going to be some new names, if it's the same names, that's one thing, but my sense is that we may see some new names on that list. And so we have to do our investigation and our due diligence on them, just like the government does. And since we're sort of getting to the point where we're hitting the wall on the defense case, I don't want to be in a position where we've got a new name and it's handed over us today and we're expected to cross-examine that person the next morning without having our investigator, Ms. Tyndall, have the opportunity to do a due diligence on the witnesses, just like we try to do our best for the government. So those are my 2 points.
Thank you. The only thing I need to hear from the people on would be the second issue of the rebuttal.
Well, Your Honors, and we did touch on this before the lunch hour, we had been told by Mr. Floor that the defense was going to go well into next week. That's changed. We are going to go back upstairs and work on getting some witnesses together to have them hopefully here for you tomorrow after the noon hour. And as soon as we identify those, we will call Mr. Floor or Mr. Rose and then let them know. And as we get a larger list together, we will give those to them immediately. But we did not expect to be in this point actually as of last night until we heard about this before the noon hour, but we'll certainly try to get that information to them as quickly as possible. We are looking, have been trying to contact new witnesses, just as we remember many times happening during the defense case and we've got little or no notice. We'll try to avoid that, but we'll give those names to them as soon as we possibly know.
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
And I appreciate it. And I understand, look, we've all been at this a long time. We all know that instances like this occur where you get somebody at the last moment. But if we could, I'd like it to, that either Mr. Dixon or Mr. Jackson or whoever, Mr. Ocampo and Mr. Ford have really had an open line of communication throughout the course of the trial, both for the defense and the government in terms of on the discovery issues. And I think we should keep it between the two of them. So if there is an issue, it's been confined in the past between the two of them. I think we should continue to do that. So if the list is just provided to Mr. Ford, we can go from there. And I would just merely say if there were to see some new names tomorrow, time. I mean, obviously, if it's something like for example, a custodial witness, most of us can get ready on those pretty quick because we've been doing this a long time. But if it's somebody new and different who is bringing, other than that type of, I don't want to use the word can because it's somewhat pejorative, but let's just say testimony that we're accustomed to dealing with, most of us can stand up and cross-examine on it without much preparation versus something that does require a lot of preparation. For example, I'm just thinking ahead, maybe there might be a witness that the government might want to bring on to counter, say, what Ms. Laughlin said or Ms. Hayes said or Mr. Barone said. So in that respect, obviously, if those are witnesses that they expect us to see tomorrow, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But it may not be that we can just stand up and cross-examine.
Okay.
One point I wanted to.
Yes, Mr. Floyd.
I asked for a rebuttal list some time ago. I don't think there's any secret. We gave our list of witnesses many, many months ago. They knew who we were calling, and I'm particularly concerned if all of a sudden we get a doctor on the list that we're not expecting. That takes time and so forth. But I've actually made a written request for rebuttal. I don't think they're making a decision today as to who to call. At least not, maybe some people, but not all of them. So I've been asking for this for a couple of weeks now.
Okay. Anything further?
No.
Okay. The only things that I need to do, I've looked at your pictures. They're still irrelevant. The bottom line is all they show is Ms. Clarkson holding a gun from a movie scene. Holding a gun does not equate with familiarity. I've indicated if you want to bring people in, who trained her or have other knowledge, you're free to do that. That's relevant. These are not relevant. But they don't show anything that has a logical tendency to prove anything other than she was holding a gun at some point, period. Yes. Yes.
That point in and of itself, we think is relevant. We're not trying to prove that she was a markswoman. We're not trying to prove that she could break down a gun. We're not trying to prove that she knew the mechanical characteristics of all guns. We're simply trying to use the photographs to show that in her lifetime, in addition to the anecdotal evidence we have visual pictorial evidence of her holding a gun, in most instances a revolver that's certainly very similar to the revolver in this case. Just the simple fact that she has held that in the past has some relevance.
It doesn't have enough to me to make it relevant. The bottom line is familiarity with weapons, understanding weapons. A person can be an actor or actress, a director can place a weapon in their hand and say, hold it and look like this. And that doesn't give you any familiarity at all with weapons. There's no way of knowing what went into these particular scenes that you have captured a moment from.
Nothing.
I'm not allowing the photographs in. The other issue, it sounds like the rebuttal lists are being worked out. I'll worry about those when we get to them. And there was one other issue that we were dealing with, which would have been yes, thank you very much. To make a record of that, I guess it was on Friday, the district attorneys came to me, said they had an issue they wanted to put on the record, but do it ex parte. The reporter was called in. And this is somewhat complex only because you have to have an understanding of the Brady obligation and not just what it means generally, what it means in this county. And there's a reason for it. Ever since the Rampart incident, which gave rise to a lot of litigation concerning the district attorney's obligation under the Brady case, which is a federal case, which sets forth that the prosecution has an obligation without request to bring any exculpatory evidence to the notice of the defense. They don't have to be requested to do it. It doesn't have to be a formal discovery motion. It's simply a responsibility of the government or the state to do that, to make sure that all exculpatory evidence is in the hands of the defense. It is a prosecutorial obligation. It is not a court obligation. The courts get involved usually post-conviction as to whether or not certain evidence was turned over. The prosecution came to me. They said they had some evidence that had recently come to light. They did not believe that it qualified under Brady, but they were seeking some guidance from the court, which is more an informal suggestion than anything else as to what to do. They showed me the evidence. It has to do with pending litigation and another matter that deals with Dr. Pena and the coroner. They felt that it was not relevant to this litigation. I tended to agree with them. I reminded them that the Brady obligation was a prosecutorial one, which they didn't need to be reminded of. It wasn't for the court to make that decision whether to turn it over, though I felt they were probably correct. But I also suggested, in the interest of just getting this case moving, it would be a good idea if they did, which they did. The fact that it's redacted is to protect some ongoing litigation and other matters, which is why I sealed that, and the transcript is sealed. I ordered you to get a report. You may review. I believe that the defense has a right to review the transcript in its entirety. They need to get a picture of it. If you want to, you may do so. The transcript will remain sealed. It does interfere with other ongoing litigation, which I think outweighs what we're doing here. Therefore, it's appropriate to seal it. I don't think there's any other way to protect it but to seal the records in the case. You may review the transcript. You can arrange to do that with, I think Diana did the transcript. Or was it you, Cindy? Diana. You can review it, take a look at it. If there's something you want to bring to my attention or make a motion, you may do so.
Could I raise one other issue?
Yes.
We made an impact after we got that yesterday, that material. We got a redacted version
Right.
of those memos. We asked for an unredacted version.
You know what? If you read the transcript, it's in the transcript. It will explain everything you need to know.
And we also asked informally if we could have a copy of the coroner's file or an opportunity to review the coroner's file of that decedent's case.
I don't think it's necessary. I've indicated to you, what I did is I made a suggestion which the people chose to follow. And that is just to avoid problems down the line and not having a record is to turn these materials over. It is my viewpoint, unless something different is brought to my attention, that these materials are not relevant to this proceeding. And therefore they are not Brady material. They are not exculpatory. This was simply a matter of choice by the district attorneys after consulting with the court, and therefore I don't think you need anything more than you have.
I understand the court's comments, and I think just respectfully, the defense may disagree with you. We'd like to investigate more before we accede to that position, Your Honor, and we discussed this with some of our medical experts, and they've recommended to us to get these files.
You know, they can recommend. The bottom line is, from a legal point of view, I don't see this as being necessary.
Okay, so the record's clear. We've made our request.
You have.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
I just had one inquiry.
Okay.
I don't know what the universe of the composition of the court file is regarding what was submitted, but we're hoping, and if not, we're requesting that an unredacted version be lodged with the court. I realize the court doesn't intend to turn it over, but we'd like to have it as part of the court record, so if at a later time it does become an issue,
That's fine.
they can compare the two. Thank you.
Gentlemen, get an unredacted version and we'll seal it. It'll just become part of the court's record.
You know what I was talking about?
Unredacted version of the report that you gave to the defense.
Of the memo?
Yes. Whatever they had that was redacted, give me an unredacted version that I can seal and attach to the file, so that if somebody later time wants to review it or needs to review it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We'll have it down in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Can we, are you done, Roger?
No, I was just going to say, is the court going to be available this afternoon for a few minutes, because Deputy Koblenz does want to come?
I'm always available.
Well, not always, but most of the time.
If you know how to get to me, it's 24/7.
Actually, since you raised that, no, I'm kidding.
Okay.
He did want to come over and have a meeting, and we may need a little bit
I'll
of.
be here.
Okay.
Okay. Anything further?
I was just going to ask if, off the record, if maybe Mr. Rose.
You're
We're
right.
done. We're in recess.
You're right. Baldwin hasn't happened yet. This is 2007. I can't talk. Detective Thomas Fortier takes the stand. So, whose case are we on now? I don't even know now. Whose case is this? Come on. You can do it. I have faith in you. My computer only sucks when StreamYard's up. My computer is awesome when StreamYard. I've not seen Nancy all this.
Look at it before I even put Mr. Fortier on.
I've not seen Nancy this week. I've not seen Robbie today either. Because I wanted to do, when the charging conference was so short, I was going to do Proctor's testimony. But there was no Nancy and there was no Jill and no Robbie. And I was like, okay, well, maybe not. So we'll do that. We'll do it. We'll do it since they weren't in trial. I'm debating if we should do Higgins, but we'll definitely do Proctor. Ouch. I got wires hung on my chair. I about pulled everything off my desk. I don't know. I got no get up and go today, y'all. I don't know what is happening with me. Shadow, how did your fur get all over the desk? You haven't been on the desk today. You're sticking to... Good gravy, Marie. Maybe she just had to work. But yeah, I've not seen her all week. I don't think.
Conversations. But he won't, unless somebody tells him that we can look at what he did in the case, he won't let us.
Okay. Yes. I don't think I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Well, we do have a couple other things. All right.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, okay, certainly. As asked, we provided a rebuttal witness list to the defense. I have to make sure that everybody knows it's somewhat tentative since we got here a little sooner than we thought, but we're comfortable with that. Since the defense said that they have only 2 more witnesses and then they're for all intents and purposes going to arrest, we think that it's appropriate to ask the court to take a personal waiver from the defendant. I will. Thank you.
Okay,
That's it.
all right. Go ahead, Mr. Rosen.
Thank you. A couple things, if I may. Mr. Dixon provided me with the case list, and he did indicate his intent. I just need to let the court know, last week a call from Mr. Paul, someone was sick on the frame, and he indicated that he had been speaking with, I believe, Mr. Wiley and Mr. O'Connell, who was part of the government team, and they informed him that there were going to be certain witnesses that possibly were going to testify today or tomorrow. And these names do appear on the list, but the names I was given last night was a Bruce Liverpool, a Michael Bay, a Nick Terzian,
Michael Bay?
a Kim Gregory,
Like the director?
and I think, I'm not sure about
That
this, but I
Michael
think it's Patty O'Neill, but those are the names I was given.
We could, just not to interrupt, I know you don't like that.
Seriously? Did Michael Bay testify in this trial? I know they mentioned him. But did he seriously testify?
Susan Michelson is flying in, and we hope she'll be here this afternoon to testify also. We are trying to fill up the day, and we believe we will be able to.
Well, here's the problem. It's a different issue. And the issue is that we have nothing on these people. We just got the information less than 24 hours ago, obviously in the evening hours. We have spoken with our private investigator. She is obviously just getting started and getting worked up this morning. We have no background information on these people whatsoever. We don't know anything about them. They weren't on any witness list before last night. Other than Lynn Harold, she was on the list. Now, it's true there's been a lot of discovery out there, but there's a lot of names in these discovery, hundreds and hundreds of names, and I don't know whether any of these are in there or not. But we have nothing on them. We understand that Mr. Bay, according to either Mr. Ocampo or Mr. Wiley, was interviewed 2 weeks ago. No report, no notes, no transcript, nothing. We understand Mr. Liverpool was interviewed a couple of weeks ago. No notes, no reports. We finally got a tape. Or we don't have a tape, we have a transcript of the tape. It's not lengthy, it's 6-7 pages, something like that. It's the tape calling into the medical center, the Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. But as I understand it, and Mr. Port can address this more completely because I've had no direct contact with Mr. Ocampo or Mr. Wiley. Mr. Wiley indicated to Mr. Port yesterday that they've had it for over 2 weeks and they forgot to discover it out to us. Now, I don't know if that's correct or not. Mr. Port is here and he can address it, but that was what was related to me. So here we've got a list of potentially 13 different witnesses in a rebuttal case, which in fact is nothing more than like a mini trial here. I have nothing on these, none of us do. And I think that we should have the opportunity, first of all, if they have any discovery on this, we should get it, number one. Number two, if they don't, we should have the opportunity to at least do some minimal background work on these individuals and investigation so that we can conduct a proper and a thorough cross-examination of these individuals. I did a little work last night because Mr. Ford called me, like I said, around 7 o'clock. He sent these some information over, and I did a little work last night on one of the names, Mr. Bay, and apparently he's not bashful to be on the internet. Spent 3 years cull together information just on the internet from that, and every time we pick something else up, it led us somewhere else. I don't know where the end of that is with this gentleman, but at any rate, it puts us at a distinct disadvantage. And I understand that, as Mr. Dixon said, they weren't expecting us to complete our case when we did. But at the same time, I think in fairness, as the court has been very fair to both sides in this regard, we should at least have the benefit of whatever reports, notes, anything they have regarding any of these individuals, the opportunity to review those matters, and more importantly, give us the opportunity to do a little bit of our own independent investigation so that Mr. Spector, in fact, can have a full and effective cross-examination of these individuals.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Jackson and I are going to kind of split this a little bit because we both talked to some of them. A number of these witnesses we actually haven't completely finished interviewing too, so we don't have all the reports that Mr. Jackson can mention that. But this is just a little disingenuous. Let's just take the one right off the top of the list here, Bruce Liverpool. Bruce Liverpool, paramedic fireman with the Los Angeles Fire Department. Was it Daniel or David Starks? Daniel Starks' partner. They talked to him. In fact, he will testify that a woman that looks just like Tawny Tyndall came and talked to him, but they didn't like what he had to say, and she represented herself to be a civil lawyer. And so they left. So when they say they don't know about these people, that's not quite right. Almost all these people were brought up in their case, and that's what rebuttal is about. We were working on this. They rested early. We're ready to go. We're giving them what we have. It's obviously up to the court how you want to do this and how you want to handle it. But they have talked to, they know about many of these people. And in fact, with the firemen, they talked to them and walked away.
Mr. Rosen.
Mr. Ford just indicated to me that the name fifth on the list here, Susan Michelson, was given to us 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago. As far as Mr. Liverpool goes, he may be the only one that I think I have a little bit of information because I provide somebody that we possibly could do so, and I think we could probably do him. As far as the fact we didn't like what he had to say, I don't think that was really the issue, and I don't think Mr. Dixon really, he's a very, very bright fellow and a very, very experienced and veteran lawyer. But I don't think he can yet read our minds as to why we just selected a couple exceptions on the list that I think I might be able to do. It's my responsibility, and I might be able to do him if I can chat with him for a few minutes and talk to him about the transfer of the tape. He's the only one.
Well, I disagree as to some of them. Some of the witnesses you may indeed need additional time to investigate. If you don't know what Michael Bay is going to testify to, and this is an individual who was mentioned by Ms. Laughlin.
Yes.
And it's very clear because within days, man, I do read the paper. His rebuttal or his testimony was basically in the paper. He totally denies having that conversation. And clearly, I assume you read the papers. That cannot be a surprise to you. To claim surprise or you didn't know that there was a likelihood that he was going to testify, I'm just not accepting that. And you've had ample time as to him. You had to know he was going to be a witness, or it was reasonable to believe. If there's a report that you don't have, obviously you should have the report. But do you have a report on Mr. Bay? Okay, there you go.
I expect to. I've never even met Mr. Bay. I expect to meet him before we put him on.
Well, he said somebody from the DA's office has spoken with him.
And I just explained to Mr. Florida. Mr. Florida and Mr. Rosen must not have had a chance to visit this morning before the arguments. I just told Mr. Florida 10 minutes ago. I'm the one that spoke to him, and in the letter or in the confirmation that we were in fact going to call Mr. Bay, or intend to call Mr. Bay based on what we know so far, we've given him all the verbal representation that we have, which is help Mr. Bay to say, did you attend a party and did this conversation ever happen? No, I didn't, and no, it never happened. That's the report. I have a written report.
Mr. Bay will go forward if the people have him today. There's no reason you cannot cross-examine him. You've been on reasonable notice that he would testify. As to the firefighter or the EMT or whatever he is, there's no reason you can't.
Yeah, if we could just talk.
We're just going to have to go witness by witness, and I'll make a determination whether I think there's reasonable investigation that needs to be done, and then you should have an opportunity. And the bottom line is I won't excuse any witness.
That's fine. On Mr. Liverpool, well, I would need a few moments with him before his call.
That's not a problem. Okay. Yes.
Mr. Hayes, he won't show me the document, so it's reference to our.
Where's this gentleman? Bring him in, please. I'll take him. Parts of this job are very enjoyable.
I love this judge.
Sir, your name, please?
My name is Daniel Hayes.
Whatever documents you have, show them. Ms. Kenny Bodden, please. Thank you. Okay, do you need this? He's going to be the first witness? Okay, well, everybody take a look at him. Great. Do you need a few minutes?
Yes, we need.
He reminds me of a dad that's just like, no, you didn't do your homework. So you don't get to do what you want. You get to do your homework. You know what I mean? Like it's just no nonsense. It's like you didn't do what you were supposed to do, so you suffer the consequences. That's the way judges should be. They shouldn't be holding your hand and being like, oh, well, I'm sorry, that's not fair to you, so this is what we're going to do to fix it. That's not what a judge is supposed to be. They're not there to hold the lawyer's hand. They're there as a referee. That's all they're there for, to make sure that the defendant gets a fair trial. Lawyers are professionals. This is their job. I love this judge. I wish this judge could be the judge in all the cases that we watch. I know that's impossible, but he's my new favorite, y'all. He's so fair. He is he's wonderful. He's just so fair, so impartial, and it's just like, no, you should have already had this done. So I decide on a case-by-case basis. He's just so fair. It's just so nice after watching Bev and her trying to bend backwards for the prosecution at every chance she gets. It's just so nice watching how fair this judge is and how logical his decisions are. And I like that he explains explains when he overrules a objection, he explains why. I love that he does that, because not only does Bev not let you say why you're objecting, she doesn't explain why she rules the way she does. It's like night and day between these two judges. I'm enjoying this trial even more because we're watching it alongside the Karen Reed trial. AJ is the same in both trials, but the judges are like, they are night and day between the two trials.
Okay. Brief recess. Thank you.
Court is in session.
All right. Defendant is present with his counsel. The district attorneys are present. The jurors and the alternates are present. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right.
Detective Tom Fortier.
Okay.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Detective Thomas Fortier, THOMAS, FORTIER.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective Fortier. I know you've been here a couple of times waiting. You are employed by whom, sir?
Los Angeles Sheriff's Department.
And in what capacity?
I'm a detective assigned to the Southern California High-Tech Task Force.
And if you could pull the microphone a little closer to you so you can hear, just as, okay? All right. And what is that?
We're a multi-agency task force. We are made up of both state, local, and federal agencies. We do DVD, CD counterfeiting. We do computer intrusions, internet fraud. We also do the forensic investigations on
Capacity in 2004.
Yes, I was.
Develop information that was contained in a laptop computer owned by Lana Clarkson.
Yes.
Could you tell us, sir, when you first received the computer, sir?
In early February, I believe the 11th, possibly the 12th, 2003.
Okay. And you have a case file on this, do you?
Yes.
If you need to refer to it, just let Your Honor know and we can refer to it if you give your permission, okay? All right. And who did you receive it from?
Detective Bob Kenny.
All right. And when you received it, what was your understanding as to what you were to do with it?
I was asked to look for any correspondence between Mr. Spector and Ms. Clarkson and any references to suicide or depression.
Okay. And did you attempt to do that with the computer?
Yes.
Okay. And could you tell the jurors the steps that you took on February 11th and then soon thereafter to try to attempt to obtain this information?
Yes, ma'am. When we receive a computer, we remove the hard drive from it, and we do it's called a bit-by-bit copy. It copies all the information off the computer, not just what you would normally see when you're using like a Windows or a Macintosh operating system. We also use what's called a write protection device. That enables us to make a copy of the hard drive without being able to write anything to the hard drive. That ensures that there's been no changes made. After I've done that, I use a software program by Guidance Software called Encase to examine it. They were interested in looking at emails at that time, and normally we can just copy out a couple of files from AOL and examine that email on another computer, but we were unable to do it this time. I asked for assistance from the Secret Service, who was part of our task force, and brought a copy of that hard drive up to them. We used their Macintosh computer. It was a little bit older model. We thought it might be more compatible with the one that Ms. Clarkson had. Again, we had just periodic luck. It would open up and then crash almost immediately afterwards. And we had at least two people at Secret Service try with two different separate computers, and both were unable to pull out all the emails in a friendly kind of version that you could have been able to read.
Okay. Was there any data in the computer that had been corrupted?
Yes, most of the email, the dates.
Most of the email dates?
Most of the files on the email, on the computer. The dates are normally timestamped by the operating system as long as you keep power to that computer. Her computer is a laptop and it has a small battery called a CMOS battery. What that'll do is keeps the time, every time you power up that computer, it's going to default to whatever the basic time is set on the motherboard of that computer.
Okay. Despite that, we were able to obtain some of the dates for some documents that you were able to remove.
Yes.
Okay. And you actually turned over several documents to the investigating officers?
Yes.
Okay. Can we have what's already been marked, Defendants Exhibit RRR, up, please? And I have a hard copy here, Detective, if you, once we get this up. It's going to go on the screen, but in case you can't see it. Can you see that from there?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hold on to this. There is a bookmark reference. Now, what is a bookmark?
It's something I put on there myself, something I consider to be important, and I will enter it into my case report, and it's just named a bookmark.
Okay. And why did you consider that to be important?
I was asked to look for references for either suicide or depression, and that was one I found.
Okay. And is the bookmark that you have, SAG Foundation, is that a true copy of the bookmark that you printed out and gave to the investigating officers?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, if you go back to the hold on, Jennifer, please. The page here, Defendants RRR, continues below, and for your ease, I've put the second beginning of one on a separate page, if I may have this marked, Your Honor.
Next exhibit would be T10.
T10, okay. And I'll need a third one, if I could.
Third, or what would be? the third?
Another one.
T11.
after that, T11, so, because.
I'm sorry, it's actually U10.
U10. Okay. Detective, I know you probably can't see that. We'll highlight that. May I approach to bring him these two also?
You may.
Thank you. Dates 374, 414.
Okay.
Okay. Jennifer, could you blow that up a little bit on the top? Yes, please. Now, this is the beginning, is that a true copy of the beginning of an email you all know that you have in that email?
But the numbers below the word
Where it
headers?
says received, the return path, what does all that mean? In shorthand, just so we have a working familiarity with it.
It lists the servers that are used by the internet service providers, in this case AOL, which ones. It has a message ID number, and then it has dates and times.
Okay. And could we go, Jennifer, then to the body of the email? Yes, please. Now, looking at this whole email to a Mr. Peter Anderson, was this a true copy of the email that you pulled off Ms. Lana Clarkson's computer?
Yes.
Okay. And you did also pulled off, besides the SAG mark, you pulled off a third email?
Yes.
Okay. Now, by the way, this one you titled Clarkson Depression Reference, correct?
That's correct.
Why did you title it that?
Because it was on her computer and it was one of the words I was looking for.
Okay. If we can go to the next document you have, which would be U10, and that'd be the next one, Jennifer, 3742. Got it, right. You 3742. Okay. Now, you have the original in front of you. We're going to just highlight, if we could, the top portion there for a moment. By the way, Detective, we have, those are base stamps. All right. Now, this is the beginning of the third email you pulled off for David Shapiro.
Yes.
Okay. And you put up the title manic depressive reference?
Yes.
And what? Okay. And can we look at the body of the email now? Okay. You have the whole document in front of you, sir. Is this whole document with this body of this email a true copy of the email that you pulled off and gave to the investigating officers?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. Now, you did see a lot of emails in your incoming save folder for AOL.
Yes.
How many, sir?
There was hundreds. I'd have to refer to my report.
May I hear, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, please.
It's one of my many reports.
I believe, sir, the one you're looking for is dated 3/22/04.
Okay. And you're asking about the incoming reports?
Yes, the incoming. How many emails were in the incoming save folder?
3,553,
And how many were in the sent folder?
1,932.
Now, you had dates for those emails that you just mentioned, the amounts of numbers? You were able to obtain dates?
They were dated from 12/17/2000 through February 1st, 2003.
And were there other emails in the sent folder that you had different dates for?
Yes, due to corruption.
Could you tell the jurors what those were?
The dates were 10/27/2000 through 12/4/2002,
And how many of those were there?
1,485.
Okay. And when did you print out the three emails, that the bookmark and the two emails that you mentioned, and give them to the investigating officer, sir?
That would have been late in February 2003.
Okay. And there's a report here dated March 2004. Is that when you looked at the AOL account, or was it prior to that?
The report in March would have been after they returned the computer to us, and I contacted the Secret Service for their assistance.
Okay. And when you say after they returned the
The homicide investigator, I believe it was Detective Tomlin.
Okay, so just for clarification, you had it once in February 11, 2003?
Yes,
You pulled off the bookmark and the email, as you mentioned to us, and gave it back to them in February of 2003?
yes,
And then they gave it back to you in March of 2004?
yes.
Okay, in between that time, you didn't have anything to do with pulling anything off the computer?
No, by the time I returned the computer to them, I was finished with my examination.
Okay, and then they gave it back to you in 2004, and that's when you were able to determine how many emails there were in the box?
Yes,
Did you search the emails only by keyword? Or did you go through and read every one?
no, I didn't read every keywords.
Keywords, and what were the keywords that you utilized? Well, did you utilize the word depression?
Yeah, murder, suicide, depression, and then I searched for her email
Right.
account on Mr. Spector's computer and Mr. Spector's email account on Ms. Clarkson's computer.
Okay, and you didn't find any linkage?
No,
Okay. And then you did take the computer in 2004 after you looked at it and brought it to somebody else?
yes,
Who was that?
Special Agent Lamb and Special Agent Anthony Cordage from Secret Service.
Okay. And after you got it back, did it go back to anybody else after in 2004, 2005 besides the Secret Service?
The actual computer?
Yes.
No.
How about the hard?
Robbie, the charging conference was disappointing. It didn't last very long. Alessi argued about the holes in the sweatshirt and the instruction, and she still said, I'll think about it. They asked for more time for closings. She said she'd think about it. They asked for another instruction about the rock that was in the yard when they went to the viewing. She said she wasn't going to repeat that instruction about disregarding the rock. That was about it. It was pretty. Yeah, she's pretty useless. Yeah. It it was pretty disappointing, the whole thing. You didn't miss much.
Hard drive.
I made a copy of the hard drive and gave it to an independent investigator,
And who was that?
Dan Hasty.
Okay. And you did mention the Secret Service. Did you get any results from the review of it?
No,
Okay, nothing that utilized?
no.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Oh, I almost forgot. She told them that they didn't object at the time that he did the thing with the sweatshirt holes. Are you kidding me? They brought it up as soon as they got a chance. But the shirt was on the stand behind the witness. They didn't take that shirt over to them and show it to them before they showed it to the witness. He just whipped it out and showed it and started talking about it. Didn't take it over the defense table. Didn't show them. Didn't give them any advance notice about it. So, yeah, they brought it up as soon as they got a chance to. They went up to sidebar, made the jury leave, and he asked for, oh no, there was a break first. I think there was a break first. They did it. There was a morning break, I think, and that's when they brought it up. But yeah, they brought it up as soon as they got a chance. They didn't object. They didn't have time to object. Because he just whipped out this shirt and was like, what about those holes? Did you consider those holes? And then they went up to the bench and there was a morning break. And then they stayed behind. So, and Jackson was like, Mr. Alessi wants to address something with you. And she's like, but that was your witness. Why does Mr. Alessi want to do it? Because he wanted to do another motion for a mistrial. And she's just like, okay, well, I'll consider it. Or I'll think about it. Or whatever stupid thing she says. So we still don't know what she's going to do about that instruction until tomorrow in the morning. Okay, I couldn't remember. It was around a break. I couldn't remember if they made the jury leave for that or if they were already leaving for the break when that happened. But it happened right around a break. Maybe they did. I think they did go up to the sidebar and then they made the jury leave and said, okay, we're going to have our morning break. And then, so they objected right away. So I don't know why she said that. She's like, well, you didn't object to it at the time. Well, yeah, they did. As soon as they got a chance to. They didn't, it was already in evidence. So they didn't object to it being in evidence because it was already put into evidence way earlier in the trial. But the thing that makes me so mad about it is that this is a retrial, right? So Brennan knew those holes were there. Lally knew those holes were there. McLaughlin knew those holes were there. So it's not like he's like, oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. No, you didn't. Why didn't Lally or McLaughlin? If he didn't know those holes were made by the criminalist, why didn't Lally or McLaughlin tell him that? Did he go get that shirt out of evidence all by himself and do this all by himself without consulting Lally or McLaughlin? Was this all his? Was this his one pony show? He did this all by himself? And they didn't chime in with, oh no, those holes were from the criminal list. If she doesn't give them a corrected instruction on that, I'm going to be mad at everybody, not just Brennan, not just Bev, everybody, because they knew this is the same evidence they had in the last trial. it pisses me off. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't like deception. I don't like, if you're gonna lose honestly. I'm just, say, well, I did my best. Don't say, don't be like, well, I lied and I tricked and I still lost. I mean, lose honestly. At least then you can say, well, I did my best and I was honest and I lost. It's ridiculous. It's just.
Hey, Judge, a couple of questions for you. When you are searching for a particular keyword on a computer, on any computer, say you were looking for my computer, and the keyword was, I don't know, something arcane, like haircut, for instance, just any word. When you do that search, are you going to come up with any link that I might have on my computer from any search that I might have done at any time that automatically either downloaded a cookie or I was sent an email or anything else on my hard drive that might have the word haircut in it?
Yes.
If I have an Encyclopedia Britannica or part of an Encyclopedia Britannica on my computer, what are you going to find?
Numerous returns.
Okay. So if the word haircut is in Encyclopedia Britannica, or if in any article that references the word haircut, that's going to come up as well.
Yes, it will.
Okay. When you did your search on Ms. Clarkson's computer, you also did a search on a desktop computer belonging to Philip Spector, correct?
That's right.
You did a search on a second laptop computer as well as Ms. Clarkson's computer, that other laptop belonging to Mr. Spector, correct?
That's correct.
You did a search on floppy diskettes as well,
Yes.
and those belong to Mr. Spector.
Yes.
And you did a search on zip disks, or I guess that's the phrase for it, zip disks or
Yes.
zip drives, and those belong to Mr.
Zip
Spector as well.
drives. Oh,
That's correct.
man.
All right,
Did
so
they
you did
still
a
have
kind of
those
a
in
comprehensive search
2007?
on Ms. Clarkson's computer, as well as several forms of media storage for Mr. Spector as well.
I searched all the media at one time.
All right. Miss,
There was a laser disc admitted into evidence at the OJ trial. Do you guys remember those? They did not last long. Those were like here and gone. If you blinked, you missed them.
Clarkson's suicide reference, and she put up on the overhead what has previously been marked as Defense RRR. And that was a SAG, or a Screen Actors Guild email. I think that you labeled Clarkson's suicide reference, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated that you found that in. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. With regard to the word bookmark, we're all familiar with bookmarks. I go to a website, for instance, and I like that website, and I want to go back to it. On my computer, it's called Favorites, but I kind of grew up learning this bookmarks. I could actually click a button, and it'll give me a quick link back to that site. That's not what you're talking about with regard to bookmarks in your report, correct?
Right. It's not correct.
All right. In other words, that is a bookmark for you during the investigative process, not that Lana Clarkson bookmarked anything having to do with this SAG email, correct?
That's correct.
All right. In some 3,000 outgoing emails and some, it looks like 2,700 sent emails, I'm sorry, from some 3,000 incoming emails and some 2,700 outgoing emails, this one email, the SAG Foundation email, is the only one that you reference, and you title it suicide reference, correct?
Yes.
All right. In fact, in that email, the word suicide doesn't appear. Is that correct?
The one from SAG?
Correct.
I believe it was at least in the subject.
Okay. Doesn't it indicate that the SAG Foundation, in conjunction with Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, will be providing a depression screening?
That's correct.
Okay, so you took that word because you were asked to look for depression, suicide, et cetera. You saw that It raised a red flag. You labeled it a possible suicide reference. You included it in your report. The report goes off to the investigator, correct?
That's right.
In point of fact, the word suicide and a suicide reference actually doesn't appear in that email. Is that correct?
Could I take a quick look here?
Absolutely. All right, and if it does, if I missed it, then maybe you can point it out.
Wow. I didn't expect SAG to do depression screening.
You're correct. It
Makes
refers
sense,
to,
though.
Yeah, the word suicide is not in it.
Okay, the word suicide does not ever appear in that email, correct?
Correct.
So the word suicide, insofar as your comprehensive search of the entire hard drive, does not appear anywhere on Lana Clarkson's hard drive. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This is the closest that you found regarding depression, right?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with how emails can be sent in mass?
Yes.
Can programmers, email programmers or let's say website webmasters or folks like that, people can they set up an email, a single email to be sent to the masses, if you will?
Yes.
I've been on websites myself, detective, where you buy something at ecost.com or someplace like that, and at the very bottom, once you purchase it, there's a box, and they always have the box checked. And next to the box that's already checked for you, it says something like, if you'd like to receive all of our promotional materials, keep this box checked. If you don't want to receive them, you got to uncheck the box. You ever seen that?
Yes, sir.
Is that a common way to for folks on the internet to get information out to the masses?
Yes.
Not uncommon. You see it all the time on websites, correct?
Yes.
And if you don't uncheck that box, you'll now be implicitly, you've impliedly agreed that you're going to be on some kind of an email web list, right?
You're going to be in their group mailing list.
All right. And that could include junk mail that you don't want.
Usually.
All right. And it can include, I guess, promotional stuff as well.
Yes.
With regard to your investigation of Lana Clarkson's hard drive, this SAG Foundation reference, or the SAG Foundation email, do you know if that was a mass email sent to all SAG Foundation members? Or do you know if Ms. Clarkson actually had to go out and solicit that?
It appeared to be due to the fact that in the two-line it was sent to the SAG. It wasn't sent to her name individually.
What did that tell you?
She was part of a group mailing list.
So there's no reference in this that Ms. Clarkson ever went to SAG and requested information about depression screening. Is that correct?
I couldn't say that it was true from what I've read, no.
This is consistent with Cedars-Sinai, as a matter of fact, in conjunction with SAG, sending out a mass email to all of their members saying, hey, look, here's one of the things we offer. We offer depression screenings, for drug counseling to all of our members, and here's the email and here's the link if you're interested.
It appeared to be so.
All right, and this appeared on her hard drive, but there's no indication, there's no evidence whatsoever that she solicited this or in any way followed up on anything about this email. Is that right?
I couldn't say that she solicited this individual email, but sometimes she solicited emails from SAG.
All right, or when she joined SAG, she got on their email list by either checking or unchecking a box saying, yeah, I'll take your emails.
That's correct.
With regard to the second, and I think there were 3 references on the hard drive. I don't know if they were all emails or not. Ms. Kinney-Bodden asked you about the bookmark reference that we just talked about from the SAG Foundation, that mass email. And then she asked you about a manic depressive reference, I think. And I think you labeled it in your report, Clarkson manic depressive reference, correct?
Yes.
If you would take a look, do you have that?
Yes.
if you would take a look at the body of that email, second to the last paragraph, the main paragraph, about 3 lines from the top. I don't want you to read it out loud. There's a line starting, "I'm looking into other gigs." Could you read that sentence to yourself for a second?
Okay.
All right. Do you have that in mind?
Yes.
Does the phrase manic depressive appear in that sentence?
Yes.
Does it appear that the author, Ms. Clarkson, is speaking about herself or someone else?
Someone else.
But because your investigation or your search is not discriminating, it's going to pick up anything.
Yes.
Any reference to the word manic depressive, correct?
That's correct.
So even though Ms. Clarkson was speaking about someone else being manic depressive in this sentence, it still picked it up.
Yes.
And since it was a reference that you were asked to look at, you still included it in your report and you moved on and gave it to the investigating officer, correct?
Yes.
Or well, we should ask it this: do you usual for this particular manic depressive, where Ms. Clarkson was talking about somebody else?
They're not accurate dates.
Okay, so there's a date, but you have no way of verifying the accuracy of it because that battery was messed up, and every time she logged off or turned off the computer, it would default back to, I think it was 1904 or something, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Yes. I'm sorry, I'm trying to cut this a little bit short. Your Honor, that's all I have for this witness. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Redirect.
Detective 48, let's start with the last, I think it's U10. You have my copy up there. You were looking for the keyword depression, correct?
One of them, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Jackson just had you talk about 2 lines above.
Just 1 second. Yes.
What does that line say where it references the word depression?
Tons of follow-up mailings and paperwork to do, but the depression level I am experiencing due to major financial difficulties makes me extremely spent and worn out.
Okay. And that was talking about herself, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also indicated to Mr. Jackson that some of the dates were not accurate because the computer came up at 1904.
Yes.
On this email, you were able to find a date from the ALL account itself, correct?
Yes.
And what was the date on that?
Friday, October 25th, 2002.
Okay. And on the previous email, T10, that you discussed with this jury, you were able to find a date on that from the AOL account?
It was Monday, December 16th, 2002.
Okay, so the fact that some of the data was corrupted did not prevent you from finding dates on some of the emails, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the SAG reference that you mentioned, by the way, with Mr. Jackson, you indicated that it was a mass mailing.
Yes.
That reference was not deleted from Ms. Clarkson's hard drive, was it?
I didn't understand your question.
That reference to the SAG Foundation in conjunction with Cedars-Sinai on the depression screening was not deleted, was it?
You're asking me if it was in the email?
Was it in her computer?
If I understand correctly, you're asking me.
Had it been deleted? Did you find it in her computer saved? Did you
No,
find it deleted?
It was not deleted.
It was not deleted. As a matter of fact, it was saved in her computer in Living Doll production filing cabinet, correct?
Yes.
Did you do a keyword search for the words hurt myself?
I don't remember them.
Reports tell you whether you did or didn't.
Yes.
Could you please do that, sir? Bless you.
Do you have it on the report you're looking at?
No, I don't. That's why.
Okay, I'm not seeing it anywhere.
Okay. Did you do a keyword for the word drugs? Search, keyword search. I apologize. I left out.
No,
Did keyword search for the word tequila?
no,
Keyword search for the word alcohol?
no,
Keyword search for the word sobriety?
He's our witness. Did you ask him to do the searches?
The data on the computer was corrupted, correct?
the dates were corrected, yes.
Okay. Was there?
I don't remember not being able to read it. You couldn't read it in a nice format, the proprietary format, but you could read the raw data.
Okay. And is it correct that you never had a hard drive from a desktop computer to search for Lana Clarkson?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have nothing for you.
Thank you. Recross.
The only question I have is that SAG email, is there an expiration for the response or RSVP time for the SAG email?
Yes, there was.
What was that expiration?
Says it must RSVP by Friday, 6/9/02.
7-8 months before she died.
Yes,
And that was in a location under iBook, Mac OS, 6 Mac OS, Macintosh HD for hard drive, system folder, preferences, /America Online /data /Living Doll Productions filing cabinet, correct?
that's correct.
There's lots of emails in there, correct?
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Redirect.
Did you check to see whether she saved her response?
To that segment?
Right.
No.
Did you ever ask the investigating officers to subpoena SAG to see whether she responded?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Recross.
I'm sorry, one more question. So from that answer, I assume that your testimony is you cannot say that she did save that.
I don't know.
That may just automatically go into that filing cabinet.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you. Redirect. Subject to recall, you're excused. Thank you very much for being here. You may step down. Do you have another witness?
Yes, we do, sir.
Thank you.
There's also an issue.
We need to approach on.
All right.
Okay. Belle, I swear I'm gonna smash the cookie jar and tell Daddy not to buy anymore. Knock it off. There's no more up here. You ate them all. You ate them all. Okay. What part was that? Where are we now? Okay. So, tomorrow we will be on Daniel Haste, IT consultant, and Phil Spector's daughter, Nicole Spector. That's tomorrow. And then we will have closing arguments for the Karen Reed trial. And I can't see your comments. So I have to look on my laptop. I have old eyes. Oh. Yeah. Man, that sucks. Man, I hate it when people take advantage of people that can't. Like man, I went off on my what do they call it? I don't even know what it's called. Like my mail-in pharmacy thing, pharmacy by mail, whatever that comes with my insurance. They filled a prescription. It was inhaler. I don't know why inhalers are so much more expensive than just a pill, but they're hundreds of dollars more expensive than just a prescription for a pill. And they filled it for me, a 90-day supply instead of a 30-day supply. Didn't call me, didn't ask me nothing. It was like 500 and something bucks for a 90-day supply of an inhaler. And so I get this gigantic bill and I'm like, you couldn't call me first? I'm on disability. I get paid once a month. I cannot afford this. And they're like, well, this is our policy. And I'm sorry you didn't call us to stop this. And I went off on the lady. I was like, shame on you. Shame on you for taking advantage of a woman on disability with cancer and chronic illness. And just went off. I was so mad. And they gave me a partial refund. Even after saying they're not allowed to give a refund, they gave me a partial refund. But yeah, it made me so mad. And then the other day we went to I live in a small town. I use our local small town pharmacy. And my meds are not expensive. My copay is very small, but it might be more than what I might get through the mail-in pharmacy or at a bigger pharmacy. But I go to the small one because they know me and and they do special things. I don't know. They might do that at a larger pharmacy. I don't know, but I called one of my medications in and I guess the nurse got too busy or forgot or something. And she said, well, I can give you enough to get you through 3 days, but that's it. And she said, and then when we get your prescription, then we'll take those 3 days out of that. So we're loaning you 3 days. And I was like, okay, that's cool. But see, like, that personal little touch that they don't do at bigger places. I mean, they might do it at bigger places, I guess, if you go there all the time. I don't know. But that's why I like my little pharmacy, because they know me and they know I get the same meds all the time and they'll do stuff like that. And so I like my little pharmacy. I don't like being like just another name, like they know me and they know what meds I take and when I get them filled and they'll just call me up and they'll be like, hey, Debbie, this is Marty from the pharmacy. It's like they're another friend. They know me. I don't know. I'm just like, I'm on a first name basis with all my doctors and stuff. It's like, it's my second home. Like my sleep study was nice. It was like having a little vacation. Just like a little, it was like glamping. I was like in it was like a little hotel room. Got to get away for a while. Yeah, you heard me. I got to get away for a little while. No dogs barking for cookies they don't need. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Yeah. Yeah, wag that tail. You wag it. She's driving me crazy. I don't know what's up with her. It kind of worries me a little bit, though, because we've always had the cookie jar right there and given her cookies. And this is a new thing. We free feed her. Her food is sitting out there all the time. She can eat as much as she wants. So So that's why I'm worried. I'm wondering if maybe she's like extra hungry or something and the cookies fill her up better or taste better than her food, or I don't know what's going on with her. Are you okay, Belle? You okay? Yeah? You're okay? I don't know. Okay, so tomorrow for Phil Spector, we've got the IT guy and... Wait. I thought we had the IT guy now. No, this was the forensic autopsy. I mean, not forensic autopsy. Psychological autopsy. And his daughter. What good is that going to do? I hate it when they call family members. Because you know what family members are going to say. It's pointless. So we've got that. And then we have closing arguments and Karen Reed. And I guess we're going to find out what Bev does about the jury instructions. Because that's what screwed up everything last time. Her stupid jury instructions not making sense to the jury. That's the whole point of jury instructions. So, don't do it. She's rearing up for a bark. Okay, so I will see you guys in the morning at 8 o'clock for Phil and then 9 o'clock for closing arguments. Yay! And then I don't know what we're going to do. I guess we can watch. I asked you not to. Then I guess we can watch maybe Proctor's testimony while we wait for verdict. Because I usually don't like early verdicts when I don't want the person to be found guilty. But I think this time, even an early verdict could mean a not guilty in this case. So, but maybe we can do, if they deliberate early enough, go to deliberation early enough. Because I think his testimony is like 3 hours. So maybe we can watch Proctor's testimony while we do verdict watch. That'd be fun. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. I don't know what you're saying to me because your words are over here. Oh, Jill's here. Yes. I miss Oreos. I keep asking her because it's a new kind of, well, it's not a new kind. We used to have that kind of cookie. And then Travis switched and now he went back to the old kind. And I said, what, did Daddy buy crack cookies? Is that what it is? I think she really likes this kind of cookie better. But I don't know if that's what it is or not. So, yeah. So but Jill and Robbie have to be here if we do Proctor. That's why we didn't do it today because you guys weren't here. So, I think she said that they weren't going to take a morning break and they were going to try to do all of closing arguments before lunch so she could give them the case. I think that's what she said. But don't listen to me because I rarely get things right. Okay, so I'll see you guys in the morning. Be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you. And so do I. Thanks for being here, guys. I will see you tomorrow. I love y'all.